One of the main reasons that we always talked about flattening the curve was to make sure that in our community, if people needed them, that
Good afternoon.
Hi, Mr. Blanco. This is Herman. How are you?
Hi, Herman. I'm very well. Thanks for asking. How are you?
Good, good, good. So we have many participants, so we're good to go if you have quorum.
Yeah, sorry. This is a special meeting for the mayoral debate. So Mr. Robinson would be the chair. Is he available? Is he on?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay.
I'm on.
Yes, he's there.
I don't see anybody. I can see a few, 3 people. But anyway, thank you all so very much for meeting on such short notice. We have some news that has come in regarding the request, our request to host the Miami-Dade County mayoral candidate debate. Originally, the discussion was about having a virtual debate, and I understand from Willie, I think it was yesterday or day before, that the candidates are interested in doing it in person. So I see Claracel is on. Perhaps she can give us more information regarding the matter.
Well, just a point of order, if we can please take roll and establish that we have quorum, and then we can move on with the meeting. I just want to remind all of you that this is not a subcommittee meeting. This is a regular Economic Development Committee meeting to approve what you had all discussed and bring in new topics that were discussed at your Monday meeting.
So it's your meeting, Mr. Chair.
Understood. Well, that's not how it was labeled. So I was not clear about that. So let's go ahead and let's start with this meeting then. It is now 1:07 p.m. on June 25th, and I'm going to call this Economic Development Committee meeting to order. Can I ask, do we have the secretary on? Not seeing her. We're going to request that somebody please be the Mr. Tingle. Would you please do the honors of supporting us with the minutes?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? All right.
Awesome.
I'm here.
Thank you. Do you want to call out the names of the roll, or how you want to do roll?
I can list them on my right-hand side here, so let's go. Vicente Rodriguez.
I'm here.
Magali Rubio.
Here.
Jose Llano. Andrea Riccici.
Present.
German. Eddie Blanco.
Present.
Neil Robinson.
Present.
Alex Castro. Here. I plus myself. Are we all in?
Jessica Medina's here too.
I couldn't hear that.
Jessica Medina's here as well.
Oh, hi, Jessica. Okay, now I can hear you. Okay, roll complete.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. Any additions, deferrals, deletions?
None.
None. Okay. Any public comments?
No, this is Herman, Mr. Blanco. I don't see anyone from the public join this session.
Wonderful. Okay. So let's go ahead on to let's go on to new business. Let's discussing the mayoral debate and bringing on the update from the subcommittee. Mr. Robinson, you want to take that on?
Okay, sir. Thank you so very much. Today we have some information regarding the actual date that we are going to have the Miami-Dade mayoral candidates debate. I believe the date has been moved. Originally, we wanted August the 4th, but the moderator was available then. And then we talked about in July because the absentee ballots have already gone out. And so would go out sometime in July. So we were trying to have it. So if I understood correctly, if Willie's on or Claricel, I believe that the new date is July 16th. Is that right?
That's correct, Neil.
Okay. And so as a result of that, Willie, perhaps you can bring us up to date, share with all of us what the response was from the candidates who are going to be in the debate as it relates to being virtual as opposed to be in person.
Well, as far as the candidates, Chairperson Blanco was contacting them yesterday, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Eddie.
Yes.
So we're working those invitations out right now. As far as the format, that's what we're here today to discuss. Originally, the subcommittee voted to be virtual, the debate, and then there was some interest to do it in person, but that's where we're at now, and that's what we're going to discuss today.
Okay.
It's also my understanding that I see the manager Peterman's on, so I understand that you wanted to discuss the possibility of doing it, or your position on physically doing it at Town Hall as initially approved by the council. Of course, things have changed with all that's going on with COVID, so do you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to also, before I do, is get a better understanding. What was the genesis, or how did the discussion start about doing it, changing back to an in-person versus a virtual? Was that something that was driven by the candidates or the moderator?
I think the moderator. It's my understanding the moderator has a previous debate or forum that he's going to be doing as well the day before, and it's going to be in person. And he suggested that in person would be a better format. Also, I think at the last meeting, it was brought up that even though it was voted that we do it Zoom, it was discussed like that there could be some technical issues with Zoom and some concerns about that, and whether just having it in person might be a better, just kind of sit better, right, with the whole experience. So those are the two reasons. Those are the two places that came from.
Okay. I've had some discussion with our staff. I've had some discussion with our legal counsel, who has some concerns about, because obviously we still have an emergency order in place that limits the number of people that can congregate in one place at any one time. And whether people agree with it or not, it is still a fact, and we're still living under that, and we must abide by that. So with that being said, and understanding that for now 3 or 4 months have gone by where not a council meeting, not a planning and zoning meeting, not a committee meeting, as you guys know very well, everything has not happened here at Town Hall. I think that it would be inappropriate to hold this debate at Town Hall. Now, that being said, with the limitations of the emergency order and the limitations of only allowing a certain number of people to congregate at any one time, we can accommodate an in-person format. But my recommendation is to do it at one of our other facilities. And the facility that we are proposing is for that to be done at Royal Oaks Park. Now, we have the logistics of how that will work. we're already working on that. And the technical part of it, as far as we know that for sure we'll be able to live stream it on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. We believe that we'll also be able to simultaneously live stream it on our webpage. So that being said, what we're proposing is for this to be done. If the will of the committee is for this, and the moderator and the participants is for this to be done in person, we could do it at Royal Oaks Park. We will take care of the logistics of making sure that social distancing is maintained. I can tell you that the only people that will be allowed to be there in person will be the candidate, the moderator, and one person from the committee, or maybe two at most, but then we'll have to sunshine it. And then what happens then, you know, our town attorney has some heartache over whether we can or cannot restrict the public from going in. We're still beating that up. We believe that we can because it's not really a meeting, it's just an event. So based on the emergency order, we believe that we can restrict the public from participating, especially because we're providing them with a forum for participation by the social media platforms and hopefully our webpage also. I have a question actually. You don't foresee public questions being asked, right? I think what I was told this morning is that more than likely you'll open it up for people to submit questions to the moderator, and he'll have those put together in advance, right? That there won't be any real-time submission of questions, right?
It's the will of the committee ultimately, but I think that that's where the committee is leaning towards. We can vote on that to finalize that. But my understanding as of right now, there was a discussion that one of our committee members had taken it on to formulate the questions, and that we'd approve those questions and then submit them to the moderator, who would then select which questions he's going to ask.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for our town deputy attorney, but I believe that if we have no submittal of questions by the public, or the submittal of questions by the public is to be done in advance, that makes it less complicated for being able to say we're restricting access from people, because then nobody has a reason to be there, not in person or any other reason.
I agree.
All it is people viewing it, right? And they can view it. We're providing them multiple avenues for them to be able to view it. And we believe that we'll be able to maintain the social distancing and abide by the emergency order and restrict the number of people, and we'll be able to broadcast it on multiple platforms for anybody and everybody to view.
Mr. Blanco, can I make a comment?
Of course, you have the floor.
Yes. And Mr. Peterman, I see that you have the situation pretty much resolved, but I would like to propose as an alternative, you could use the Ana Jimenez facilities. We are accommodating up to 10 people per room, and we could use 2 adjoining rooms. So we could accommodate up to 20 people if you wanted to do it in our building. Just proposing that idea as well.
Well, I was advised that was an alternative, but I was told that there were some issues, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but some bureaucratic issues with having to obtain permission from the home office or the home corporate entity of the. Do you have the ability to just outright here commit the facility to this event?
Actually, I already went ahead and communicated with the corporation, and they said that it will be okay as long as we follow guidelines and that we make sure that every candidate participates, or at least is invited to participate. As long as there's participation.
Mr. Rodriguez, you're breaking up a little bit.
As long as you have participation of everybody, the corporation is looking this in a good view. It could probably happen. I could confirm this afternoon, but we have no issue as long as everybody participates, and we have no more than 20 people participating.
Also, it's my understanding that Councilman Carlos Alvarez is the principal of COIA, and COIA would be willing to also facilitate hosting it, and they would be also taking on. They have AV. They have AV department, really strong AV capacity. They can stream it. They can take on all that responsibility as well, which I like that idea, because if they're doing that, then it kind of separates it a little bit more from the town, and this is more of a EDC thing. And I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but that would be a possibility as well. COIA school.
I mean, to me, the town and EDC are one and the same. No matter how you slice it or dice it, we can't separate ourselves. The EDC is the town.
Right.
And some people have said, well, it's good because the only problem with COIA is outside of the town boundary, municipal boundaries, that it should be held in the town. But I think that we can figure all of that out, right? The location, because for the viewer, right? For the viewer who's watching it, it's probably irrelevant whether all they're going to see is the actual debate going on. So wherever we can make it happen best, whether it's at Ana G. Mendez or the town. The only thing at Ana G. Mendez I would propose, since it is a town event, I don't want to have a congregation of more than 10 people. I really would have a problem with that, because I think that then we'd be endorsing violation of the town, of the emergency order by the county, unless, it's actually two separate rooms with a divider in between them, but just having two rooms that you open the divider and now you call it two rooms. I think once you open the divider, to me, it's really one room, it's just bigger. So I would really want to have this restricted to 10 people. How many candidates are there, by the way?
7 candidates plus the moderator, that's 8, plus you're going to need a cameraman and an audio man, so that's 10 people right there. Just with the people in front of the camera, it's 10.
And that's assuming that all the candidates accept the invitation and participate. Some may not.
I believe they were all interested, but one they haven't been able to reach.
Okay. All right, so I think that we can make this happen, and then post this meeting. I mean, if the committee will allow some of us to be the spearheads, and we'll work with Willie, and we'll work with the university, and we'll look at Royal Oaks, and we'll work with the town's IT people, and we'll see where it makes most sense logistically. Then I think if the committee takes a position that we do it in person, then the rest of it we can figure out over the next few days. I don't think that number one, we don't have to advertise where it's going to be. And number two is we can work out those details of whether Ana G. Mendez works better, or Royal Oaks Park, or is COIA going to be a better location. We can do that after today. I don't think the committee has to make that decision today. I think that if the committee takes a vote and action on saying, hey, we want to do it in person, and leaves it up to a smaller group of people that are smarter than me, because I don't understand all of the IT and the social media, and I don't understand any of that stuff. But people smarter than me will get together and figure out which is the best location.
I want to make one more point, Mr. Chair, one more point before we move on. What Mr. Peterman is saying can be done. You could have the divide and the
I don't hear it either.
Okay, our IT department can work with your people, and we could meet from one room to the next in the
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead. I had to take this call.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I would recommend that we follow the manager's suggestion and that we go ahead, and I would like to make a motion that we go ahead and establish the debate to be a live debate. The venue would be determined by the manager and his staff so that we would make sure that we're in compliance with the order. So that would be my motion, that we go ahead with the virtual, not virtual, but the live debate to be determined by the manager and his staff, the venue.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second to do a live debate and allow for the town manager to determine the venue with the venue options that have been outlined.
Great.
Is that right? Is that the motion and the second?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
wonderful. Okay,
Hey,
any
who
discussion?
seconded
I
that?
see Mr. Tingle.
Yeah. Who seconded that?
Mr. Llanos.
Okay.
Any discussion? Should we go around? Let's go around one by one. Andrea, any discussion?
My only, I mean, I think this is great. My only comment would be that though no one would be present and it hypothetically, it doesn't matter where the location is. I think from a branding standpoint, it should be within the town of Miami Lakes town limits because, you know, brought to you by Economic Development Committee, town of Miami Lakes at XYZ. You know, you'd be silly because you're right. It could be anywhere. And there's a reason why we're doing it up here in the Northwest versus downtown or in South Miami. You know, we're very proud to be Miami Lakes. And so I think it would be a missed opportunity from a branding standpoint. And I'm assuming the questions might be geared towards the Northwest concerns. So again, that's only my only comment. Feedback.
Wonderful. Mr. Llanos?
No, I agree with Andrea. Wherever possible, we should have it within the town boundaries.
Sorry, one technical difficulty. Thank you. Vicente?
Yes, just to reiterate that we could work with the technical issues and comply with the CDC requirements to have it at Ana Mendez.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson?
Okay, I just would like to affirm what has been stated, that the venue would be in the town limits of Miami Lakes. That it would, wherever it is, but it would certainly be in the town of Miami Lakes. That would be my recommendation as well.
Wonderful. Mr. Tingle?
Yeah, I agree with Neil. It should be inside sound, and it's going to be decided after this meeting. So either one of those two locations would be okay from my viewpoint.
Mr. Castro?
I have one comment about Ana G. Mendez. I don't know the answer to, but it may be something beneficial for Lorenzo. I suspect the question is better for him. But I'm wondering if, with regards to his concerns about excluding members of the public, if it's any benefit to hold it in a private venue like Ana G. Mendez, such that, you know, maybe you could say it's the university excluding the public versus, you know, the town itself. It's a weird question, but maybe something for Lorenzo to consider if he's concerned about excluding the public.
I believe, and again, I don't want to speak for him, but I believe that he would very much agree with you. I think that it's a private entity, a private building, and I believe that them taking whatever measures the university needs to take to adhere to the county guidance and the emergency order is a lot easier than if the town did it, because the town, somebody could allege, right? And I think that they'd be wrong, but they could allege and that we're allowing some and excluding others, and that this disparate treatment could be a point of contention. So I believe that that Lorenzo would agree with you that having it or holding it in a private location like the university would make it easier to be able to say we're restricting it to these people and that's it. And so I believe, and we can help in that area, right? If we need to ask the police department to help us, if that becomes a problem, to make sure that the university doesn't have a big issue, we could probably have that night. I'll check with the major and see if he could allow us to have an officer that could stand by in case there's any problems, or if we think there may be problems. If not a big deal. But I'm sure we'll be able to enlist the help of the police department if we need it.
Wonderful. Mr. Castro, any other comments?
That's all.
Wonderful. So we have a first and a second, and we're continuing with this discussion on this item. And Jessica Medina.
Hi, everybody. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit in and out because I'm actually out of town, but I wanted to drop in on our meeting to at least offer my support because I am in total favor of the motion that's on the table right now. So I'm good with the way that it was presented.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mariali Rubio.
I agree with the committee that it should be held within the town boundaries, and I have nothing else to add. Andrea's suggestion is good, and the fact that if it's held at Ana Mendez, it takes some of the liability that would possibly would fall in the town. It's a great idea also.
Wonderful. Mr. Rodolfo Blanco, Rudy. Rudy Blanco, any comments? Okay.
Yes.
I'm here.
Wonderful. Any comments regarding the motion that's on the floor?
I agree with the motion, guys. I agree with the motion. As long as it's in Miami Lakes, hey, all for it.
Wonderful. Okay, let's move to vote. All in favor, or any opposed, I should say. Any opposed? Seeing no abstentions, we're going to go ahead and the motion passes. So that is passed. Okay, wonderful. So we have clarification that we're going to be doing this now in person, and the manager will be making the final decision as to where that's going to be, and it will be a venue within the town limits of Town of Miami Lakes. Okay, the selection of date and time that was already confirmed. That will be the 16th of July at 11 a.m. Any questions or discussions around that?
Expected duration, 1 hour?
Yes.
That is correct. Ambrosio Hernandez will be the moderator of the event. And so the next item for discussion is media location discussion. Would I ask Mr. Willie to go ahead and tell us about the invitation that you did? I don't know if everybody had an opportunity to look over the invitation, the physical invitation that was created by the town that was really nice.
The chairperson, you're referring to the flyer that was created?
Yes, sir.
We're waiting. It hasn't been sent out yet, sir. We're waiting to link in for the residents to submit questions. But just to give you a visual, I have the moderator on one side and it has all the candidates on the other side, the 6 candidates. And it looks great. Once I get the link on there, we can share it with you guys so you can see it.
Okay. So that brings us to, there's media and location here on the agenda as an agenda item. Media location and invitations. Can you clarify the media location?
Yeah, the media, that's when, and like you said earlier, Chairperson Blanco, when we started the event months ago, we were doing it in person and we had a media role. I think that's off the table now, and I'll allow the manager to discuss that in more detail. But since we have a limit of 10 people in there, and this will be a technical question too for IT and for everyone working on this project, maybe the media can zoom in into the meeting and watch it through that system. But as far as having physical media there, that causes another issue. You add people to the mix. So
Understood. So what if we could have the media, this is, I guess I'm going to piggyback that's a question to the manager, and I'd like to just piggyback on that and say maybe if we invited the media, let them know that they won't be allowed into the room, but maybe as candidates are arriving, maybe they can ask, talk to the candidates, make it an event that, the news of the event is that it's being done and it's here, not necessarily cover the actual debate.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, there's also, it happens in multiple scenarios where you can negotiate with the media to set up what they call a pool camera. So you set up a camera, and then they have one camera, and they tape the entire debate, and then they'll share the video with all of the networks that want it. So that's something that we can do. I'm sure Claricel can her experience with the media. I'm sure that we can work that out. So, what I'm asking, I actually was in the middle of drafting an email to asking Willie to work with our IT people and our emergency manager and the university, obviously, to put all those details together and work out all that. But I'm sure the media, we can probably make it happen with a pool camera that they can all then share the video. And like you say, they can all be, outside the building and addressing and speaking to the individual candidates as they come or go.
Wonderful. Okay. Then to the item of the questions. It's my understanding that was something that Mr. Castro took on to formulate the questions, and then there's also the discussion of whether or not we should have questions coming in from residents or from the outside. Should we field questions? Are these questions formulated? I think there's two things here. One is, do we have the questions? What are the questions? And are we also opening our questions out to the public? So I'll just turn it over to Mr. Castro.
So I have a working list of maybe 20 to 30 questions right now that I can share with you guys tonight, but they are in a notepad that is in my office that is being scanned to me this evening. But I do have a running list. I know one question that I've had as I've been working these is I know we're focusing on economic issues. Are we limiting it to only economic issues?
That's for the
I think that's
our committee to
the
decide.
committee.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would just chime in real quick and say I'll open it up to anybody who wants to chime in, but I'll just say that I think we should open up to issues that affect town of Miami Lakes and our economics.
I agree with Eddie.
Anybody else want to chime in? Yeah.
I agree with Eddie. Any issue that affects the town in some way, shape, or form, affects the economy of the town. So I think any issue that affects the town would be an open topic.
So any other questions, any comments regarding the questions, whether we should be fielding economic questions only or town of Miami Lakes related questions? Other comments?
Eddie, if I may chime in,
Yes.
and just provide a historical perspective. In the past, when we've hosted these candidate forums, the questions come in from the public to a separate email account that is directly sent to the moderator, so that none of us have access to that. The candidates don't have access to them beforehand, meaning they're not part of a public record. That way it's a little more organic as the moderator goes through his line of questioning, and it's a fairer process for the candidates that are participating. So we do have an email address that's already linked to Ambrosio Hernandez, who has been the moderator that the committee has selected, ready to go. We have the marketing ready to go for that. It's just if that's an option for the committee, we're able to facilitate that.
Great. I know that we've done this format before. The only thing I have a concern about with that is that concerned if we open the questions up to, it could become unfavorable for the candidates. And this is the reason why. There's two particular candidates that I could think of that have a strong, this is a county-wide election. And so if we open the questions up to residents, then some of the questions can come through the public in a format that disfavors or favors, local candidates, the candidates that are more regional to Miami Lakes. That's one of the thoughts I had, and says, we can just narrow them down and have them. I get the downside would be that it would matter of public record, and then all the candidates would have access to those questions. But I just kind of weigh that against the other point. I think the other candidate debates we've had have been Miami Lakes only debates. This is a county-wide debate. So I don't know. Those are my thoughts. But I'm open to feedback from the rest of the committees and make the decision. I think we should. I think that's definitely an issue that we should all be in agreement with, or not all, but at least we should vote on that item. So do we have any motions or any discussion, a motion on whether or not we should open it up to forum or just inform the questions as a group?
I guess for discussion, maybe it's in a hybrid where we form the bulk of the, say 75% of the questions, and then allow for, a handful of, specific topics from residents.
Okay, is that a motion?
I can make a motion. Sorry, blower's going on now.
I think I want to discuss that a little bit more.
Okay.
Andrea, if that makes you a little bit more comfortable.
Should I make a discussion?
We have a motion, and then we'll take a second on that, and then we'll have a discussion.
And then discussion?
Yeah.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you, Andrea, but was there a motion that is still not voted on, the first motion?
No, the motion was voted on. The previous motion was a motion regarding having a in-person debate, and yes, and that the manager would make the final, and the manager would make the final decision on location, provided it's Miami Lakes. That was voted on. Okay. Yes. So now for the purpose of the discussion, I'd like a motion in a second so that we can keep the formality of the Roberts rules.
Right. So my motion is that with regards to questions for the candidates to have a hybrid of 75% formed from the Economic Development Committee, and then the remaining 25% from residents of Town of Miami Lakes.
Okay, there's the motion.
I'll second the motion for discussion.
And a second from Mr. Robinson for discussion. Okay, so discussion.
Okay, may I weigh in, Mr. Chair?
Sure, please.
Let's recognize that this will be a 1-hour debate. There's 7 individuals, and there's no way that each of them are going to get more than 3 questions, be able to answer more than 3 or 4 questions. If each of them get 2 or 3 minutes to respond, it's going to, the hour will elapse very quickly. So I would suggest that we do, as you indicated, Andrea, a hybrid of questions that Alex has worked on, and that we can field some from the public. And as Claricel indicated, it can come through the process of being emailed to the moderator, and he can then look at it, and if he's got time to ask those questions, then he can ask them. But as a professional moderator, I'm sure he's going to read the rules and regulation of how the debate will be conducted. That each of them will have 2 minutes for an opening statement, or 2 minutes for a closing statement. So you add those up times, that's 14 minutes if my math is correct. And then you say, okay, we got 10 questions. We're going to ask questions. Some of it should be about economic and business development in the town of Miami Lakes. I agree 100% with that. And the other part can be things that are going to be germane to the entire county, so that we can at least get a feel for where each of the candidates differ and where they are on the same page. And I think if we go with that, we won't have, you know, because again, it doesn't make sense to get 100 or 200 questions, and we know we're only going to be able to ask 15 or 20 questions. So, and yet you still have the public input. And so I would suggest that we consider that.
Thank you. Noted. Any other discussion on this?
My my initial thought was that it's almost a little bit disingenuous to have a mayoral debate and not have input from the public to some degree. So I'm completely on board with the idea of soliciting questions from the public. I'm not sure about the split, honestly, but I think as long as we have something, we're fine. I have some other thoughts, but I think they're beyond this motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion, fielding questions from the public? There's a motion on the floor for, that 75% of the questions would be from the EDC, and the 25% of the questions would be formed from public input. Any other discussion?
Eddie, if I may,
Yes.
I think that we really shouldn't concern ourselves with the percentages as long as we submit our questions along with the public's questions to the moderator and let him make that selection. I think we'll be all right if we do it that way.
So that would be, I would amend the motion so that it was just a mix. That would be an amendment to the motion. Andrea, would that amendment to the motion be something that you would agree to?
I'll amend my motion. Can I do that? Yeah. Amend my original motion for the EDC to submit questions for the candidates and open up to the town residents as well, and let the moderator field those questions for the.
Wonderful. Okay, so there's an amendment to the motion to have that. Any discussion regarding the amendment to that motion? So that would open it up so it doesn't have to be any particular percentage. We're going to give them questions. The public's going to give them questions. Ambrosio will be able to pick from those questions and choose the questions that he feels are most appropriate.
To clarify really quickly, the questions that we're soliciting from the public, are we soliciting only from Miami Lakes residents, or are we blasting it out to whoever wants to?
That would be a question for Claricel, I believe. I believe, yeah, the questions, Claricel, the question is, will we be fielding questions from Miami Lakes residents and or anybody from the county, or is that just completely public? I believe it's public, but I would like for.
Yeah, so we'll promote the opportunity for people to submit their questions directly to this specific email address. I mean, if you want, we can ask for people's address, but does it?
I don't think.
Do we want to get into that?
No, I don't. I think that just as you said before, I think that any question that comes in will go through the email process and get to the moderator, and he'll make the decision just how many questions he's going to be able to field from the public, and or some that we've already given to him. But I think when you try to limit it, because this is a countywide position, it is not just a Miami Lakes position. It is countywide, and so you can't just restrict it to, even though we are hosting the debate, I don't think you should restrict it just to Miami Lakes residents. I think it should be open to the general public to submit questions, and then again, the moderator will make sure that he gets as many questions as possible, and he'll do a blend of what we've submitted and what the general public is doing, because he's a professional in this arena, so I'm sure he'll ask the right questions based on what he gets.
There you go. There's your answer, Mr. Castro. Is that any other questions, comments? No, good. Okay, any other comments on this this amendment to the motion? Okay, so let's take a vote.
Question.
Okay, Mr. Robinson.
You want to take the vote?
Yeah, I'll take. Go ahead. Thank you. I'm taking a vote on the amendment to the motion. Any opposed to the amendment to the motion that we will take field questions from the EDC and the public, and Ambrosio will receive those and decide which ones. That's what we're voting on. Any opposed? Again, any opposed? Okay, seeing none, the motion passes. So to the main motion. So now it's just formality, but now we're just voting on the main motion, which was with the amendment on it. So again, we're going to vote. Any opposed? Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, the motion passes. So we will be fielding questions from the EDC, and Ambrosio will receive and field the questions from the public directly, and the EDC will provide them those questions as well. Then he'll decide which ones he's going to ask.
Good.
Have another question on process, separate but related to what we just talked about. So if we are and this is related to our questions as a committee, not the public's. If we are sending questions directly to the moderator in order to, avoid this becoming public record for the candidates to see, how should we go about submitting questions? So I'm thinking, my initial thought was to send my questions to Willie, and then Willie circulates them amongst the committee so that everybody can kind of have their thoughts. But then at that point, it's public record, right? So, I would hate for my voice to be the only one reflected in these questions is kind of what I'm thinking. So, I mean, as far as the EDC's questions are concerned, is the best approach to just submit our questions directly to the moderator and then maybe label them as saying these are from a committee member so that he knows how to, apportion them later?
That's a question. So that if anything that you send to Willie will then be a matter of public record. So if you send an email to the email that is, so I understand what you're saying. So Ambrosio won't have a way of knowing the differentiation between the EDC's questions and unless we send them directly to that email that's provided. Would that be allowable, Caricel?
Yeah, that's totally fine as long as the committee does not circulate the questions within yourselves, because then that would be a sunshine violation.
Correct. So if I send an email to Alex and say, hey, this question in the email, that would be a sunshine violation, of course.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
So then it sounds to me like we're just not reviewing each other's questions.
Right. We have deferred that to you, a wise and knowledgeable town resident who can bring those questions to us.
And nothing prohibits any other member of the committee from submitting their own questions.
Submitting directly to the email. Correct.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so we are good with that. I wanted just to let you know that I reached out to 7 of the candidates. I've left voicemails for most of them. I've got verbal positive feedback from 3 of the candidates. And as soon as we finalize the last details, then we'll send a formal email to invite them. Are there any other items for discussion?
None for me. Mr. Chair, I've got to leave. Is there any other item we're going to table take it at this time? Because
I think that's it. If you want to go ahead and motion to adjourn.
I so moved that we adjourn this incredible, important meeting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. And a second.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Second by me.
Okay. Second by Magali Rubio. Motion to adjourn. All in favor? Or any opposed? Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. The meeting is adjourned. It is 1:53 p.m. Thank you all. You guys are rock stars. Appreciate you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Take care, gang.
Be safe.
Be safe, everybody.
I'm trying to.
Yep.
Yes. Take care of yourself, John.
John.
I don't know. It's just our seniors. No one talks to us. We're just, we're supposed to be isolated, so it's not much fun. But the Zoom helps, by the way.
Be safe, John. We love you, okay?
Thank you. Okay, gang.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon.
I have a Galaxy S10. Who's that?
That might be either Officer Juan or Daylene and Emily. They're all three are calling in.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Tony.
Hello.
Hi.
Guys, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Sorry.
Okay.
Eric, are you there?
Yeah.
I got a question for you because I just looked down and it says this is June 25th here. When was your birthday?
Mine?
Yes.
May 23rd.
So you are officially 18, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Happy belated birthday, Eric.
Congrats. You get full voting capabilities.
Daylene and Emily, are you guys on two separate phones or on the same call?
On the same phone.
Okay, you're the 78653?
Yeah.
I'm the 968, by the way. I called in on my phone.
Who's 305?
Yes, 305-968, that's Nancy.
Okay, Nancy. So you're the Galaxy S10.
Yep, I didn't realize it wasn't, yeah.
Okay, awesome. I will let head
Juan is the other one.
Who, Brian?
Juan is the 979. 305-979.
Got you.
Yes, that's me. Thank you, bro.
No problem.
I just can't see the meeting. I can listen to it, but I can't see it.
Me too.
Here we are, Nance.
I'm on the road, that's why it's probably not safe right now. I'm just on the audio right now.
No worries. Thank you for joining us, Nancy.
Yeah. I will have to duck out early because, like I said, I had an appointment today. So, yeah.
No worries.
We'll wait once our secretary comes back. We can get started.
I coincidentally I just got back, so ready to take minutes.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
Let me just confirm with Herman if we are already streaming, because I know sometimes we're streaming, but the sound is off. So I'll wait for Herman to say that we're good to go.
Give me 1 second, Chris, okay?
Okay.
Hi, Chris. Yes, we're good to go.
All righty.
Awesome. And it is 2:09 p.m. Today is June 25th, 2020. And this is our special Zoom edition of the Youth Activities Task Force meeting. If Mr. Secretary, if you could please call the roll.
Sure thing. Tony Fernandez.
Present.
Brian Rodriguez.
Present.
Michael Torino. Present. Christina Christoph. Daylin Garcia.
Here.
Emily Garcia.
Here.
Flavia Nunez.
Here.
Elica Quintero. Jose Quintero. Ariana Rejas.
Here.
Juan Rodriguez.
Here.
Eddie Cedeño. Ernesto Soto. Eric Valerdi.
Present.
And Eric Grass.
I didn't hear my name.
Lynn Matos. Or Nancy Matos, sorry. All right.
And Michael, just for your record keeping, Ernesto Soto is not on the committee. He's
Oh,
not.
all right. Okay. Thank you.
You got it.
That's right.
Sorry, what was that?
If you want the on the agenda, if Christina sent out a copy of the agenda, that has I think the most updated member roster on it.
All right. I'll get that up. Thank you.
You want to cross-reference? Thank you. All right. So this is the portion of the meeting that we have for public comments. I do not think we have any member of the public here present with us. Herman, can you confirm that?
That's right, Mr. Fernandez. Nobody outside the town has joined.
Excellent. So we will move on from public comments to adoption of the minutes. Do we have outstanding minutes to adopt? Let us see.
The one from the May meeting.
Have our May meeting minutes. Does everybody have access to those? Has everybody had an opportunity to review the minutes from the May meeting?
May 21, the date.
A motion to accept the May meeting minutes as presented.
Do we? I'm sorry. Who was the second?
Nancy?
Thank you, Nancy. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Adopted. Minutes have been officially adopted. All right, on to our order of business, deferrals, additions, and deletions. Does any member of the committee have a request to defer, add, or delete any item from today's agenda? All right, seeing none, we shall move on to movies in the park update. All right, so we have a couple updates on movies at the park.
Sorry, Herman, is there a way to mute? Okay, thank you.
Are we good? Okay. So yes, so we have a couple updates on our movie in the park. the biggest announcement, obviously. So there were a few changes that we had to make from the original plan. Our preferred location, unfortunately, was not available. We were unable to secure authorization from the owner of that property. So we had to go with our plan B, which is a fantastic site itself, which is at Ana G. Mendez University, and they were kind enough. Both them and the Graham companies were both nice enough to give us permission to use their parking lot for Movies at the Park. So we're appreciative of that.
Sorry, if you want to share screen, I could pull up the map layout so everybody can take a quick look at it. Am I able to share screen, Herman?
Yeah, give me a second. See if I can make it the host. So it's gonna be Mr. Fernandez?
Me.
No, Christina.
Oh, Christina. Oh, give me a second, please.
So while Christina pulls that up, so we had to because of that change, we had to make a change. Twilight was not able to do the original date, which was the 19th. So we had to change the date to July 10th is the new date, which is 2 Fridays from tomorrow. And because we had to change the date, the movie that we had originally selected was not available. So we had to change the movie selection to another movie that I think everybody will enjoy, which is the new Sonic movie. And that was not available for the previous date. So that's kind of the overarching update. Christina will pull up the map now so you can kind of see the how we're planning on doing the layout at the park. But since we had so many changes, I wanted to make sure to that we had a meeting and that we came back and discussed it before the event, and then came up with a game plan as to how we're going to deal with letting people in and concessions and all that. Find out how many volunteers we're gonna get. So we have a little bit of work to do on this item today.
Can everybody see it?
Yes.
So if you see there's 2 movie screen options, option A and B. And when Tony and myself went out to the location, we were in communication with the movie vendor, and he said it'd be better if we had 2 options just in case for the way that wind was blowing, so that they could set it up. And it's approximately the same amount of parking spaces, whether it's A or option B.
Correct. We would be looking at about 120, more or less 120 spots. 120 spots with fantastic 100% unobstructed views of the screen. There's some additional opportunities for some other spaces that might be partially obstructed with the trees or with one of the lights or something like that. But for sure, 100, 125 really, really good spots. Do we have any questions, any comments on the layout?
There's lights in the parking lot, correct?
There's only one light pole, which is in. Christina, can you pull the map back up?
Oh yeah.
So the only one light pole is more or less where the arrow is, right up here.
And that, okay. So that would be the only issue. There's no way to turn that light off, right, during the movie?
I think we should keep it on. The parking lot lights they're more dim than regular lights, so I think it's good to just have the option of the light.
Okay.
And
none of those trees in the middle of the parking lot, those trees won't obstruct the screen for any of the cars?
They wouldn't obstruct the screen because all of the cars are going to be, so the screen is going to be in between the trees, and all of the cars are going to be lined up in front of that, right? It would only be a problem if we tried to to put cars everywhere.
Okay.
If we tried to put cars on both sides, yeah, it would be a problem.
Okay.
But the way that it's set up, it's not.
Yeah, the cars will only be in that row with no trees obstructing them.
Correct. And the way that it's set up, and you kind of can't see it because we drew the boxes here. But there's no like dividers, there's no center medians, it's asphalt from where the movie screen is all the way to where the end is.
Okay, cool.
Kind of clear asphalt. So
Cool.
Done.
And are we making any rules for, let's say, someone has to leave in the middle of the movie? Or I know, like, for example, there's a lot of drive-in movies that if you have a truck, you're not allowed to sit in the bed of the truck just because it might obstruct the movie for other people. If people are using speakers on their phone or on their cars to listen to the movie from outside. Do we want to keep everyone in their cars?
Yeah, we want to keep everybody in their cars unless they have to go use the restroom.
Yeah, that is something that they will get emailed to them as a confirmation once they reserve the tickets, which tickets go live tomorrow morning. So that post went out yesterday. I emailed you guys about it. But they will receive the email confirmation asking that everybody stays in their vehicles for the duration of the movie. But then if they do need to use the restroom, we ask that they, wear their mask and keep their distance.
Okay. And do we have a plan for committee members? What is our goal and tasks?
That's what we'll talk about today, who's available to be there. We are going to be pre-popping the popcorn that we plan on selling. So we just want to get a count of how many committee members can be available for that day to he's done. Okay. Yeah, so we'll get a count for who's able to assist with that the day of.
Awesome.
Perfect. Yeah, the big tasks on the day of are going to be popping and bagging the popcorn ahead of time, and then the logistics once we once we open and once we start letting cars in and lining the cars up and having them park in a particular way and stopping people from parking where they're not supposed to. That's really going to be the bulk of the committee's work. And then during the actual movie, we're not going to have our traditional concessions, so that kind of goes away. We'll just have a couple committee members and volunteers, making sure that when people stay in the cars and people, can go back and forth to the restrooms as they please. And then, I guess if somebody, needs to go, then maybe, help make sure that they have a clear path of exiting.
Perfect.
What time did you need somebody to start doing the pre-popping? What's your time frame there?
So that would depend on how many people request it and order it. It could be as many as 200 bags that we have to pre-pop. And I don't know if there's a way to show you the size bags that we got, because through Eventbrite, there's the fee. So it'll be about $3.75. So it's it's bigger than our regular dollar size bag. Oh, I think, can you guys see this or no?
It's more like a family sized kind of thing, wrapped in plastic with a twisty tie on it. So the idea is that they would be pre-sold and they would be given to them as they check in. You know, we'll know if they, you know, if they bought popcorn, and we, you know, we give them their bag or 2 bags of popcorn or whatever there, and then that's it. So once we know how many bags of popcorn we sold, we'll have a better idea. But I would imagine maybe having having some volunteers show up maybe 2 hours before the movie.
Well, it would be at a different location, remember. It would be at Mary Collins.
Correct. Yeah, and then we would move the bagged popcorns over.
Oh, Eddie Cedeno is waiting to come in. Let me accept him.
But yeah, I think we went the direction of the plastic bags because I think they're going to be a little bit more hygienic and a little bit easier to give out with this kind of format rather than the open little bags that we normally do.
And then Tony, if you'll announce the Eddie just came in.
All right, committee member Dr. Eddie Cedeno has joined our meeting. Welcome.
Sorry for being so late. How are you guys?
We're doing well. We're happy you were able to join us. All right. Any questions? Any suggestions? Any concerns on the changes we had to make to the event?
Maybe you want to catch Eddie up so he knows.
Oh yes. So Eddie, we had to make three pretty big changes to the Movies at the Park event. So our first option was not available. We were not able to secure permission for it. But we were able to secure permission from our second option, which was Ana G. Mendez University, who was absolutely fantastic. And they gave us permission to use their parking lot. I don't know if you can see the screen, but Christina has what the map would look like. We have 2 options of where to have the screen. The other 2 big changes, because of the difference in site, we had to change the date. So it's going to be July 10th. It would have actually been the 19th, which was last week. And we had to change the movie because the license for the movie was not available. So we went ahead with the movie that Twilight recommended, which was the new Sonic movie, which seems pretty cool. I think we'll get families where the parents will think it's nostalgic and remember it from their childhood, and then the kids will be kind of into it too. So.
I just want to know how do I get tickets?
Well, I think that's the question not only for you, but for any members of the public that are watching this meeting on Facebook. So the way to get tickets, Christina, correct me if I'm wrong. Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
8 a.m.
8 a.m. 8 a.m. If you get there at 9 a.m., you're probably late. So tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. The tickets for this event will
go live.
Will go live. So for anybody interested in this event, you want to make sure to get your tickets early, because if our prior ticketed events are any indication, they will be gone very quickly.
Yes, and you can log on to toml.eventbrite.com to reserve your tickets for this event. 1 ticket per vehicle is all that's needed, and you can reserve your extra big popcorn bag or water as well.
Correct. All right, Dr. Cedeno, all good. Any questions? Any suggestions? Will you be able to join us on that day and help out?
I haven't looked at my schedule, but I'm pretty sure I can. Let me see. That's a Friday?
That is a Friday. Friday night.
Yeah, I should be able to do it. I don't see anything holding me against that. Don't hold me to it, but I'm pretty sure I'm free and clear. So.
Awesome. All right. So that is the Movies in the Park update.
Tony.
Yes.
Hi, sorry. Just for those parents that are listening in, how does the check-in work? Do they just drive in and present their Eventbrite? They don't get off the car. Can you explain a little bit more about that?
Correct. So
And do
yes.
they receive the popcorn station and so on?
Correct. So we're going to have the check-in. They're gonna pull up in their cars. They're going to present they can either print out their Eventbrite ticket, or they can have it on their phone or mobile device. We will scan it. They can let us know if they have a separate ticket for popcorn. I think it'll come up on Eventbrite, but just in case, if they can mention and remind that they have popcorn, we'll have the bags of popcorn pre-popped at the check-in station. And so if they bought 1 bag or 2 bags or a bottle of water or what have you, we will give it to them before the movie starts, right when they check in. And then they will be asked. Now, the lining up of the cars, obviously, on the day of, will be kind of first come, first serve, right? So the first people we have in the line will start accommodating, the closer to the screen you get. So the earlier you get there, the closer to the screen you will be.
So what is the earliest they should start lining up to check in?
I would probably say, Christina.
The gates will open at 7:30. We're going to have one entrance point for the movie. The rest will be blocked off just to keep it streamlined. So at 7:30, people can start coming in and parking.
And the movie starts at 8 o'clock?
8:30.
8:30,
And
okay.
can we clarify what committee members will be there?
Good idea. I'll take a note. Just if you guys want to say your names, I'll write you down. For the day of the event, so there could be 2 separate groups. One group to help do the popping and bagging of the popcorn, and then the group that'll be at the actual event starting at around 7 o'clock.
Have we posted anything, or are we going to post anything for the volunteers online?
So that's the only part that we were kind of apprehensive about, is opening it up to volunteers. So I think we'll start with the committee and see how many we get there. And then if we do need to open it up, that would be something that we can do as well.
Just a suggestion, Christina. Because we were doing the groceries for seniors a couple of weeks ago, there are a lot of students, high school students and college students that are willing to start volunteering already. They've been helping out already, and they know the procedure of wearing the mask and so on. So I honestly believe that we should start opening the registration for volunteers. And I mean, that's just a suggestion.
Okay.
And trust me, as somebody who's working at the library, enforcing that mask and social distancing is going to be a little trickier, and you'll need more hands than you probably think you do. It's stay in your car, be gentle, and you need. That's going to be more hands are probably going to be a better idea. I agree with Aileen.
Okay. So from the committee, who do we have that is going to be at the event?
I should be there. A lot of people know what my family situation is right now with COVID-19, but I have tested negative twice, and I will be testing again, so I should be there.
Okay.
I can go too.
I'm planning on being there. I'd rather do that early popping type part, so that maybe I could be like watching the movie with my family if they are there. But honestly, they might not go, so it might just be I might be there the whole time. But I plan on being there.
Okay, thank you, Eddie. And also, Eric.
What time is the popping, Christina? Sorry.
No
what
worries.
day and what time? The
So
popping?
it would definitely be the same day, which is Friday, July 10th. The only thing is we're not exactly sure how many orders we're going to get. We are only doing the pre-order, so we'll know by Thursday night exactly how many we have to make. And then from there, we can gauge how early we need to start popping.
I can be there for
thank you.
or ahead of time if you need.
So it would probably be a couple hours before the movie. So if we should be at the actual site by 7, we'll probably start popping around 3 or 4 just to make sure we have plenty of time.
Okay.
Because it's right down the street. It's very close from Mary Collins.
Okay. Okay. You can mark me down for the ahead of time.
Thank you, Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
I have to talk to my parents to see like what they're comfortable with, but I think I should be able to be there.
For the event?
Yeah, but I'll email you
Okay.
later today with a for sure.
Thank you, Eric.
You're welcome.
I can.
Okay, Christine, sorry, I'm gonna have to leave now. I just wanted to at least check in and let you know I'll help out.
Okay.
I gotta go.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank
I'll
you.
keep you updated through email.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
Christina, I can be there at 3 and I could stay for the whole event till the end.
Okay, thank you, Flavia.
Christina, can you just go over the list just to make sure that we're...
Yeah, so for the day of popping, I have Eric Grass, Eddie Cedeno, Nancy, Flavia. I know, Tony, you mentioned you'd be available as well to help with that.
Correct.
And then for the event, I have Brian, Flavia, and Eddie. I think, did Nancy say for the event or did she just say earlier?
No, just popping.
Okay.
Just popping for sure.
So I have Brian, Flavia, Eddie, and then Tony for the event.
Correct. All right. Awesome. Awesome. All right. Any other questions on movies at the park? Going once, twice, and so we are done. I am excited. This is I think this is going to be a first in the history of the town drive-in movie situation. Who knows? We might have stumbled upon a trend. I can pretty much guarantee you guys some of these new and exciting things that we've tried in this post-COVID-19 era. Some of these things are going to stick. Some of these things are going to be so fun and so different that we're going to, even when we're not faced, with this as an issue or a limitation, we're going to want to do it from time to time anyway. So I'm looking forward to the event on the 10th. And remember, for anybody paying attention online, tickets go on sale tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. TOML stands for Town of Miami Lakes.eventbrite.com.
Sorry, well, what was the limit on the tickets? Like, how many vehicles are allowed, I guess?
120.
Okay, good.
And then before we move on, Tony, we'll need to move some monies for this event.
Oh, yes, we have some. So now that we have a firmer idea of the cost from Twilight and some of the other costs and some of the revenue that we're going to have from the event, we need to. So I presented the idea of the drive-in movie to council, and they approved the idea and the concept. We just have to go back, and they allowed us to proceed with the event. I just have to go back and formally request that we move the money from other line items in our budget to be able to cover the expenses. Christina, do you have the exact number of what the amount of money that we would need to move is?
I do, and I'd actually like to, if you want to, I could
screen share
the exact amount so that everybody can see it right along with us. Can everybody see it? So what we're going to need to do is move monies from the bicycle rodeo event. Trying to just highlight that because that is a line item that we currently have money in, and we'll need to move that amount to the movies in the park line item.
Okay. Do we need to move the full amount? Do we need to move a partial amount?
I would recommend moving the full amount in case if this is a great and successful event. If we would like to do another one, we did miss out on doing 3 or almost 4 of our events due to COVID. And if this is a COVID-friendly event, perhaps the committee would like to move more funds just to have the option to do it again later.
I would agree with you. Do we have the the total $5,000 amount from Bike Rodeo. Oh no, there was a little expenditure, $61.27.
Correct.
So what we would be moving is the remaining balance, $4,938.73.
Correct. I would also recommend moving the 1967 from Spring Fling over as well. That would just about cover a second movie if the committee decided to do that in the future.
Okay. All right.
Do you have a total for that?
The movie total is about 3,300. There is a negative balance for the movies in the park of 298, so that would include flushing out that balance and then being able to pay for 2 movies.
No, I meant a total for the moving. I guess Tony was probably going to do the motion, so go ahead.
No. I would love to entertain a motion.
Yeah, so I'd motion to move whatever the total is from those 2 line items over to the movies in the park.
Okay. And just for the purposes of it being properly recorded on our minutes, which we have to supply to council, Mr. Secretary, the totals are going to be $4,938.73 from the Bike Rodeo line item, and $1,967.05 from the Spring Fling line item, being moved to our MP, which is movies in the park line item.
I'll second.
All right, I got that down.
All right. We have a motion. We have a second. Do we have any discussion? Would any of our members like to chime in? All right. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying, actually, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll of adults on the committee.
Sure thing. Tony Fernandez.
Yes.
Brian Rodriguez.
Yes.
Daylin Garcia.
Yes.
Emily Garcia.
Yes.
I believe Ariana Rejas is now able to vote on
Not yet.
Oh, my mistake.
Eric.
Juan Rodriguez. Oh, which Eric? Christina.
Eric Valerdi.
Valerdi.
All right, so Eric Valerdi.
Yes.
And Eddie Cedeño.
I was gonna get days because I thought yesterday was.
All right.
And I think you missed Officer Juan Rodriguez.
No, I passed.
Got it.
And Nancy has left the meeting earlier on.
Exactly. All right. So the motion passes. The motion passes unanimously. All right. Let's move on to our next line item here. We have a update and a discussion on Ice Cream Social. So the originally scheduled date for Ice Cream Social to coincide with the National Day of Ice Cream is July 17th, which would be the actually the event, I think it was July 18th, correct? Right. So that would have been our regular day for Ice Cream Social. It's the week after our movies in the park. I tried to, so I took my own homework from the last meeting to heart to try to come up with ways to, adapt some of these events to our current COVID limitations. And really the only thing I was able to come up with was maybe getting some, hiring some ice cream trucks to drive around the town and distribute some ice cream, or doing a drive-through ice cream distribution thing at a site. So like at a Mary Collins, line up the people, and we give them ice cream. We give them different samples of ice cream, and they drive on their merry way, enjoy it at home, and that would be that. So I'm interested to hear if anybody else was able to come up with any other ideas and what your suggestions are.
I like the idea of the drive-through, although we could do it like we did kind of like with Spring Fling, where we had addresses. But I think it would be easier to do the drive-through.
Yes, definitely. Definitely easier to do the drive-through. Remember, the other big difference is the ice cream melts, so it would be ideal to be able to do a drive-through and have the freezer and stuff available, and not have to rely on coolers, worrying about the temperature of the ice cream and is it still frozen and still safe and all that jazz.
I have an idea.
All right, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Okay. If our movies at the park is successful, then we can do, instead of popcorn, give out ice cream. Movies and ice cream. And that could be like a kind of social distance ice cream social, instead of like a drive-through or ice cream truck.
Yeah, there's actually a couple of ice cream vendors that reached out, ice cream truck vendors that reached out wanting to participate and do something. So I think that's not a bad idea.
Yeah. So the idea would be to do, if all goes according to plan, to do a second installment of a movie plus ice cream.
Yeah, pretty much.
I like that idea.
Like there's plenty of space to have the trucks kind of line up, and like if we like put cones out or something, so if people are waiting online, they're socially distanced away from each other. I'm just going to share screen again so you guys can take a look at the layout. Maybe along here, instead of putting the restrooms, we put the ice cream truck, and then give people the option to make their line before the movie.
That could definitely work.
Like a drive-in movie ice cream edition or something like that.
Yeah. Is there is there any ice cream appropriate movie we can play?
Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs has ice cream in it.
The only thing I like the idea. I think it's definitely one of the good ideas from because it combines things together too. The only thing I see is that we sort of limit down to 120. I don't know, but I'm also speaking from not knowing how many we would be able to serve if we just did like a regular, more of a drive-through ice cream type thing. People in the community and stuff. So I guess if we knew those numbers, that would make me just understand a little better, or able to make this a little bit of a bigger event that more people get it than just the 120 cars that come through.
Correct.
I'm guessing we would still be limited to that number this next time too.
Yeah, we would still be limited to that number, and remember, there's also the expense of the movie and the other expenses. Whereas if we do just ice cream distribution, then if we buy $3,300 worth of ice cream, that's a lot of brain freeze.
It's a fun day.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have other locations where we could do a drive-through. Where, for example, Royal Oaks Park, where we've done the drive-throughs for food distribution. We could also do a drive-through for ice cream there.
Correct. Yeah, the ice cream distribution kind of gives us more flexibility for sites. We could even do the spot. We don't really do enough events at the spot. That would be a good other place to do it.
True.
Yeah, the only thing I'd see with the spot is getting in and out of the park there. It's a little smaller of an entrance. An exit.
Herman, can you? Thank you. Yeah, that was it. Sorry, Brian. I was distracted.
No worries. Yeah, my only concern would be if we do it in a smaller place like that, just having, it would be smaller exits and entrances.
Correct. So ideas, do we want to, really the only thing that we have to plan with a lot of time is is reserving Twilight if we want to do the movie concept. So I guess, Christina, if you could find out what their availability would be.
Do we want to do like another Friday since it's late in the evening? When the sun goes down.
Yeah, find out.
What day is National Ice Cream Day again?
It would be the week after the movie we're already doing. So I don't think.
It's the 17th?
Well, I think it's the 18th.
I think it's a Sunday. Technically, I think it's the 19th.
It's the 18th. If it is the 18th is a Saturday.
Right. National Ice Cream Day, from my understanding, is always on a Sunday because get it? Haha.
Yeah, it's Sunday, July. It's Sunday, July 19th.
Yeah.
So Friday or Saturday should work.
It would just be the week right after. So I don't know if we would want to stick to back-to-back weeks, or if we wanted to, bump it another week and do the 24th.
What was the date of the movie?
The 10th.
The 10th. Okay. That might be a little close to each other, so I think it might just be better to do a drive-through ice cream thing. We could play music as they drive through and just get their ice cream.
Guys, I think that doing the movies with the ice cream and then maybe playing a summer movie for the kids and families, like maybe The Sandlot 2, theme it up to summer ice cream. I think it's a better idea because of the fact that we might have trouble with getting more volunteers, or maybe it's summertime. You got to remember that a lot of the times we don't have many hands on deck to be able to do another big event. I mean, I don't know, my opinion.
Okay. Flavia, I'm really interested to hear what you have to say on this.
I think it should be combined, but I don't know if it would be such a good idea to do it the week after we do movies at the park. So maybe instead of doing it on National Ice Cream Day, you could just, like Dalen was saying, just have a regular summer ice cream get-together movie thing.
Okay.
I completely agree with her.
Excellent. Ariana?
Yeah, that sounds like the best plan that there is. We do want to limit any contact, limit the amount of possibly hold on, let me start again. We want to abide by the rules and make sure that everything will turn out okay, and so that everyone can stay healthy. So I think doing it on the actual ice cream day and not doing too many different events, so it would be helpful.
Excellent. Michael?
I feel like combining the two events would definitely entice kids to, ask their parents to come. I feel like that's a good idea. But I feel like free ice cream would do that no matter what we do. So as long as we plan it effectively and safely, I'm all for it.
Eric?
I agree with what's been said and what Flavia said. But I agree.
Tony, can I just say something real quick?
Of course.
How are you doing? By the way, I didn't get to say hi by entering, but I just want to ask a quick question to Kay as well. What would be the cost then just to have for example, having two screens? So if you have it both on each side like that, then you can actually double up how many people can be there. So you would be able to do the same event, because that'd be going back to what Eddie was saying, that you'd be limiting how many people would be there. But if you do it both like on opposite sides, you know, obviously you won't be seeing two screens at once, and then some people are facing that way, some people are facing this way, and then you get, you know, more people and double as many people as you have in. So that's just an idea. I don't know how much it costs just for the actual screen, and then
I love that idea.
You pay the same license.
It's a phenomenal idea.
Yeah, you're listening to the movie through your radio, so that's a
right, exactly.
idea.
I mean, and then you'd be playing at the exact same time and everything like that. It'd be, you know, licenses would be the same day, so you don't have to worry about paying two of those.
And then you could have two entrances. So if one ends earlier, you have them go out the other entrance, and then you still have the other movie playing if it's a little longer.
I mean, you can start at the same time. I mean,
yes,
yeah, but movies, I guess they're different time frame. How long the movie actually is?
No, so we would play the same movie on both screens.
Oh, okay.
Because otherwise we'd have to play
bring in more people,
two licenses, right?
More
Yeah.
spots, basically, and then you wouldn't have any obstructions. You know, again, you wouldn't be seeing the two screens, because you'll have one on one side, one on the other side. So cars will be facing one way and cars will be facing the other.
That's an awesome idea.
That's a great idea, Manny. Thank you for bringing it up. The only thing is that is the bulk of the cost. The screen,
Right, that's
the
what I
generator to blow it up, the
Yeah.
projector. It's around $2,300 for that alone. So that is something for the committee to consider. But that would double the attendance literally. And although it's 125 cars, if there's like families of 3 and 4, you're talking 400 people. So it's definitely a great idea. We can look into that.
Maybe get a sponsor for it, possibly.
True. Sponsors can always, they can have commercials being played before, during the pre-show, and on all the marketing that we put out through our social media. So that's definitely a good option.
So that was actually the other thing I was gonna throw out, and I had completely forgotten. And since we're kind of on this merged ice cream social movies in the park idea, right? So we can kind of still talk about it. But I wanted to do so. Remember, we're not at the start of the movie. We're probably not gonna do our typical, you know, introduction to the movie. So maybe we can schedule something and record like a little thing on Zoom with us, like the members of the committee, just welcoming everybody to the movie, and, you know, wishing them a good event, and then we can have Twilight play it before the movie up on the screen. So
Like that. I like that idea. I think that's fun. We can videotape ourselves in our cars.
Yeah, and just send the clips to. I hear Manny does quite the video production stuff, so he can.
Well, yeah, he's like in IT basically. He knows.
Yeah, so he can kind of stitch everything together, put some music in the background, some appropriate music in the background, and we'll make a funny out of it. So.
Love it.
All right. So I think kind of the overwhelming majority is, you know, let's see how our Movies at the Park, you know, installment goes, and then, you know, duplicating it plus ice cream, you know, not the week right after, maybe giving it a week of, I think back-to-back weeks is tough. But if we wait a week, it's still technically the week of, you know, the Friday the 24th is still the week of National Ice Cream Day. It's just it's the Friday after, and I'm all for that. So, I think we should do that. We can take it up officially after the first movie. All right. Any other? Any questions? Comments? Brian, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah. I'm gonna motion to table the ice cream social / movie discussion until after the first movie.
Okay. All right. So then that means we should schedule the next available meeting after July 10th, whenever we can have access
I'll check to
after
see
July
if there's
10th.
availability that Monday on the 13th.
That would be ideal. The 13th would be ideal. And then also if you can check with Twilight to see what their availability is on the 24th.
Yes, I emailed them already.
Awesome.
I think we need a second for the motion.
We absolutely need a second. I will second it. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this matter? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at announcements. Do we have any announcements?
Yeah.
Brian, are you going to remind us about the census one more time?
I'll keep reminding you until it's over. But yeah, the census is still going on. I'm back to work, luckily, and I have to go back to work right after this meeting. Remember, it's all online mostly or by mail. Submit your census applications, as well as we are also accepting applications for jobs. We're hiring thousands of people following CDC guidelines for COVID-19. So if you're interested, you can go to 2020census.gov/jobs, and they're paying a great rate. So it's a good thing to do when you're stuck at home all day.
Is that it, Tony?
Yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you, Brian, for sharing. You're muted, Tony. Yeah.
I'm muted. Yes. Well, that's my announcement. I was talking gibberish while I was muted. All right. Any other announcements? Anybody? Somebody? Dr. Cedeno's taking his mask off. It looks serious. No.
I have one small announcement to make. I will not be in town for the actual movie. Manny Martinez, who's on this call, he will be communicating with you guys, sending you guys updates for through email, information on what time you guys are going to meet, where you're going to meet, confirming different things and reminding you guys of things. So just look out for his emails as they come through.
Excellent. All right. Any other announcements? All right. Seeing none. Motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
All right. I believe we can say meeting adjourned. 3:01 p.m.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys. I look forward to seeing as many as possible, many of you as possible at the movie on the 10th. Make sure to share on social media that the tickets are going on sale tomorrow at 8 o'clock, and I am pretty sure that tomorrow by 8:05 my phone will start blowing up, Christina's phone will start blowing up, and
Can you send us an email once it's posted?
It'll get posted. I sent you an email on Tuesday letting you know that it'll get posted on Wednesday and then go live on Friday.
Correct.
Check
Awesome.
the email.
Will do.
it's set to it's set to go automatically, so it doesn't have to wait for somebody to turn it on.
Sorry, I think I missed what are we talking about? What was the last thing we were talking about?
What was that?
Eddie, you were speaking?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear what we were talking about that's going out on Tuesday. What's going on?
No, the just to share on social media that the tickets are going on sale tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thanks.
All right.
Also, Christina, the moment you guys open up the registration for volunteers, I'll be glad to go ahead and share it on our social media pages.
Okay.
Excellent. All right, guys. See you guys soon.
Awesome. Bye, guys.
Be
Take
safe.
care, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Thanks.
How are you guys?
Hey, Rosa, how are you?
Good, and you?
Good, good. Let me see here. We're just going to wait for the rest of the committee members, correct, Rosa? All right.
Hey, Mr. Brandon, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you, Herman.
Brandon, you are now the co-host, so you can admit your name and share your screen whenever you want.
Perfect.
And we are good to go live whenever your team is ready.
Perfect. Yeah, I don't see anybody still. I don't see anybody joining us yet. So as of right now, it's just me and committee member Rosa. So I'm just waiting for the rest of the committee to come on. All right.
Perfect.
Thank you, sir. Herman, do you see anybody joining in on your side?
No, Brandon, this is all we have so far.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure with you, but I don't see anything on my end either. I have the chair joining on. Well, hold on. I have Louis joining. Let me get Louis. You got it, Herman? Yeah.
Yes, I see.
Perfect. Okay. I'm gonna help Chair Rogers get on, and I'll be here also. Okay.
Okay.
How are you, sir?
Hello.
Yo, ¿cómo están ustedes?
Hey, Luis.
Jay.
Hola.
Guys, just give me a second. I'm helping Nancy get on the call. All right.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Darwin, how you doing, sir? Alrighty, guys. So I'm finishing up with Chair Rogers so we can get the meeting started, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Sorry for the delay, guys.
Brandon, Miss Nancy Rogers already joined.
Yes, but she's joining through her phone for the audio.
Okay, I see it.
Herman, quick question. Do you see her audio? Because I don't see her audio coming in.
Yeah, she's listening right now. I see her audio. Miss Nancy Rogers, can you hear us?
What is this, sir?
Miss Nancy Rogers, can you hear us?
Yeah, I know. I messed up, so I kept it that way.
Thank you, Willie.
Thank you.
I know she gets the video from her computer and then dials in to the audio on her cell phone. I don't always we always merge them, but I don't see her. I see everybody. I see her.
Yeah, she hasn't joined video. I see the mic, which makes me believe that she's joining through her computer, but.
Yeah, she's on the computer. See something here. Hold on 1 second.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Do I sound like a commercial?
No.
We hear an echo.
Jesus. All right. You guys, never mind. I'm getting an echo. Are we ready to start the meeting? Or am I still on an echo?
We can hear you, Nancy.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Miss Nancy, this is Armand. Good afternoon.
Yes. Hi.
I see that you have you're calling from a phone, and you might have the mic on your computer enabled as well. If you can
That's what I did,
mute.
but I'm afraid to turn off the phone. If I turn off the phone, maybe I
Come on,
won't
can I
lose
mute
correctly.
Oh, okay, that's perfect. No, we can hear an echo. Brandon, maybe an option would be for Ms. Roger just to dial in like a regular phone number.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Let me see if I can. I don't know if she hung up. I don't see her here. Let me see.
Yeah, I see it. I see her.
because I see her computer. I know that's her computer there. Let me see if I can call her to see if she needs to dial in again. All right, Herman, she's calling back in.
Okay.
Hello, Nancy Rogers.
All right, can you hear me now? Oh, we got an echo again. Can you hear me now? Still with an echo.
We can hear you, Nancy, but the problem is just make sure that you mute your audio of your computer.
All right, can you hear me?
Nancy, we can hear you, yes.
So if I unmute my computer, you can hear me, but you're still getting an echo.
We hear you.
So I have to mute my computer.
Correct.
All right. We good? Can you start the meeting? Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Nancy.
Okay, I'm hiding the phone.
Okay, you're good to go, Nancy.
All right, good. Let's start the meeting. June 25th, 2020. 3:50 p.m. And I do roll call, please. Nancy Rogers, Chair here. Rosie?
I'm here.
George?
I'm here.
Darwin?
I'm here.
Louis?
Present. Here.
Did I leave anybody out? That's here. No police and fire, and Omar is absent.
Correct. Omar is absent, and police and fire are not present, Nancy, for the record.
Right. Right. Okay. Do we have any public comments? Okay. Acceptance of minutes.
Nancy, you
accept
there?
the minutes. I'm sorry? I need somebody to accept and second the exception of the minutes.
I
Darwin, I
second
accept
it.
Nancy.
Okay, Rosie and Darwin. With Omar absent, can someone else take the minutes?
Nancy, let me ask you a quick question. We're hearing a lot of feedback on your end. Do you have us on speaker by any chance?
I don't know if I hang up the phone, I'm afraid I'm going to lose you again.
No, Nancy, no. Hang up the phone, Mike. Just a quick question. When your computer, I know you have your computer on with us on the screens. For your phone, are you speaking to us on speaker or on a regular, like if you're talking to somebody on the cell phone?
I have
You hear?
the cell phone on. See, if I hang up, you're going to lose me.
Brandon, can I suggest, Ms. Roger, that close down the computer and end the call, and she just called using her cell phone, not going to the app or nothing, just straight call to the session.
Okay. Are you still getting echo now?
Yeah, Nancy, don't hang up the phone. Just close the browser on the computer. Stay on your phone and just close the browser on the computer, so we can continue.
Okay.
Can you hear us, Ms. Roger?
Yeah, let's just do this way. You guys
Okay.
know best.
That's perfect.
Okay.
We hear you perfect, Nancy.
Okay. Here now. All right. We accepted the minutes, and now we are going to the agenda. Good Lord. Okay. Apologize to everybody. I will one day learn. Hopefully. Okay.
Just
All right. Any public comments?
Nancy, before we continue, just want to give everybody a reminder that we are live on the town social media platforms. So just a reminder, right?
Okay, thank you. All right. Can I get someone to do the minutes for today's meeting? It's going to be short, I promise. Otherwise, I can do it.
I can do it,
Okay.
Nancy. What do I have to do? Just write down little, like, bullets of what we're talking about?
Just do a motion. Anything we just do a motion on. I'll take notes
Okay.
as well, and we'll get it done together.
Okay.
All
I'm
right?
going to go
So,
grab
no
a pen and a
public
paper.
Okay. So there's no public comments. We adopted the minutes. Do we have any deferrals, additions, or deletions? None. Okay. No police report, no fire report, new business. This is going to be so quick. The Explorer program. Mayor Sid is going to restart the Explorer program that we used to have. And I was hoping to get some comments from him as to how it was going to be done and if we had any role in any of these meetings or anything like that. So we're going to have to get more information on that for next meeting, unless someone has any questions or comments about the Explorer program. That's 7A, new business.
Nancy, I have a question for regarding the Explorer program. I'm assuming, obviously,
Go ahead.
we're. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, no. My question is, so this is obviously through the town, right? Town of Miami Lakes, but in essence, it's
Yes.
training through obviously Miami-Dade PD, correct?
I'm sorry, training through whom?
Miami-Dade Police Department, right? Which is pretty much we contract right now for our police services, correct? So basically,
I would imagine so.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, usually it's
Yeah, I would guess.
usually it's all the police, Nancy.
Right. That's what I assumed, but I will find out more information. And truthfully, I don't know how we can do any of it with all the quarantine. So it's something that I put on the agenda, but again, there's a lot of questions, and we've got some time regarding getting any answers. So 7B is the fire department. The mental health initiative participation. Rosie, this is something that Councilman Chiazzo called me about, and once again, I don't have the information or comments from them as well, and so we can table it, or unless you know anything about it, if you were approached as well.
I do know about it because he talked to me about it before he even mentioned it, to be a part of it and help out with that too, but I don't know any of the details. I know he said that we were going to talk about it soon, but I don't have any information on that.
Okay. So we'll just table those for more information for next time. It's mostly to let people know that we are available to give them information. We're not mental health specialists, but to let the public know and the residents know that we are available if they want to ask us for resources. I think that's the way it was explained to me. So we'll get more information on that as well. Okay. Anybody else have a comment or a question on that? I can write it down and we can contact the individuals who are setting this up.
I believe what he wanted to do too was provide psychoeducation to people. I don't know how that was going to be done. I don't know. I think it was getting all the committees together first, deciding like what everyone kind of needed, and then taking it from there. But I believe it was giving people information as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm writing. Okay. Anything else on that, or we can move on to old business? The Police and Fire Appreciation Breakfast. We voted to continue with that. We don't have a date. Everything keeps changing, so I'm hoping that we can get to do it before October and our first agenda before that. And we've already spoken about the agenda and voted on that, but we don't know exactly how much the town is giving us either. So we do have money set aside for that breakfast, and just hopefully we can get a date that we can keep. And does anyone have any questions about what we do with that at that appreciation breakfast? It's supposed to be held in May during Police and Fire Public Safety Week, but we've been postponing it. Rosie, what's your question?
Just kind of like what it's like. It's just a breakfast, and they go like at Shula's or something like that?
Yes. In the past, we used to hold it at Royal Oaks, but it's gotten much nicer and affordable to hold it at Shula's.
Okay.
And the police department and the fire department each choose a police or firefighter of the year, and they get a plaque.
Got it.
Okay. And the cost of the breakfast and the plaque comes out of our budget.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you're welcome, Rosie. Thank you. 8B is the safety signs distribution. Brandon, what I need for that, and so Rosie, we had some signs printed up. We had 50 signs printed up. They say, drive like your kids live here. And they're very similar to the signs that candidates use on those little metal stands. And we were going to put them at dangerous areas, dangerous sections. Pocket parks are an excellent place to put them. The trouble is, we need to get some input from the police department regarding which areas, as well as the pocket parks, we're going to place them. So, Brandon, I would appreciate it if you would send an email or a message to Major Ruiz to ask him what areas he would recommend, or assign someone to recommend various areas. I know when we talked about this in the past, Officer Rodriguez had said that he would assist us with any of that. So it's something to keep in mind, that he could help us with that information, but it has to go through the major from us.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. We'll do.
All righty. And with that, does anybody have any announcements? No announcements. Brandon, do you know when
No.
our
No.
next meeting might be?
No, Nancy.
Okay, thank you. And Brandon, do you know when our next meeting will be?
I don't have a set date yet. I'm assuming sometime next month. We're still going on the basis of hosting these virtual meetings. So, but it'll be the same process as we did this month. Well, I'll let you all know. And then obviously based on a quorum, be either if we have the meeting or if we don't have the meeting. But I definitely will keep you all up to date.
Okay, super. Okay.
Nancy,
That
I did
being-
have a quick question. I'm sorry. Did
Sure.
we have any
That's
more
okay.
information on the domestic violence thing that was mentioned last time by Councilman Josh?
No, I have a feeling, wasn't that part of the mental health thing? I don't know. That I never got any more information, nothing definite back from any of them. And so we can ask him. Brandon, can you ask about that? Ask Josh.
Yeah, I haven't. I was gonna make a comment after you spoke, Chair Rogers. I haven't received anything back either. I know that last time, I think Rosa, you brought it up to bring more information back to this meeting, and I just haven't heard anything back from that initiative. But I mean, as soon as I get anything, I always send you guys an update. So if I get any information, I'd definitely be more than glad to send it to you guys.
Okay, great. Okay, if you hear anything back from the mental health thing or any of that too, they're welcome to come. They were supposed to attend the meeting last month. Josh was supposed to attend, and he did mention it. He came on, I believe, and we haven't heard anything on either since. So that would be the mental health and the domestic violence. I'll put that down. Let's see. Okay. And anybody have anything else, or do I hear an adjournment? Motion.
Darwin, motion to adjourn.
Darwin, second?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who seconded the motion?
I will.
Masha.
Oh, thank you, Ruth. All right. You know, this is a fun meeting, guys. You really had to pay attention on this one. And it was one of our quickest. Okay, everybody, thank you so much for your patience. Oh,
No
my
problem,
gosh,
Nancy.
it's got to get better than that. All righty, thank you, everybody. Take
Thank
care.
you.
The meeting is adjourned at
Take care, Darwin. Take care,
4:01
George.
p.m.
Good night, guys.
Take care, Nancy.
Good night, everybody. Be safe.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Brandon.
All righty, Ms. Rogers.
Okay. Call me.
Will do.
All righty, thanks. Bye-bye.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me? Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Herman, help desk. Hey, Herman, you there?
Yes,
Help desk or Herman.
thank you.
Okay, so that's you, the 301 number. We should see if help desk can either make me co-host or host. You're breaking up quite a bit there. Hey, Jim, good to see you. Oh, Jim is frozen a bit. There you are.
How's that? Is that better?
Yes, there you go.
Okay.
All right, so we will wait. I'm going to go ahead and do a little quick check-in, texting our other members.
Jeremy, so you should be a co-host, so you can admit, rename, and share your screen.
I didn't bring my webcam home with me, so everyone's going to see my beautiful headshot there.
Okay.
And
if
then
you need someone else, yeah, go ahead.
Is there and just to make sure we're still streaming live, correct? There's nothing on my end that I need to record with?
Yeah, we're streaming live. Whenever your team or you're ready, you should be able to go ahead and start the meeting.
Okay, I'm just waiting on Marcos. I believe Helen will be running a little late, so once we get Marcos Gutierrez in here, we'll be able to kick this off.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect.
Dágame.
see. I'm going to give a call real quick to our new member and see if I get anything back. If not, we'll go ahead and we'll start this up. All right, let me go ahead and rename there. All right, so we are going to go ahead and kick this meeting off.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you coming in loud and clear. So when you're ready, Roman, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you, and you can kick this meeting off for us. Roman? No, might be having some technical difficulties. He's definitely not muted. Might just be an issue of him stepping out of the office and not having connection.
Yeah.
Jeremy, do you guys hear me?
Yes, now we do. He might need to disconnect and then connect once he's outside. Yeah. All right. He is now on the clock, as we say. He's got 2 minutes.
This is pretty cool. The dad is replacing the son.
Yep. We have become generational here.
Jeremy, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yeah, I hear you guys now.
I'm assuming you were stepping away. Yeah, that's what happened. You probably switched over from Wi-Fi to your cellular, and it just disconnected there.
That's exactly what happened.
Perfect. Well, with that, as you start up the your way back, we're gonna go ahead and kick this meeting off. So you can want me to go ahead and get through the intro, through the roll call, and all that before we get into items, or you think you can manage it?
I can manage.
All right, perfect.
You ready to go? We live?
Yeah, just before we start this, let me just make sure everyone's aware. We are live streaming this, and we will be archiving, as this is a committee meeting and a public meeting. So just remember, as always, this is to be upheld as any other sunshine meeting, and following all the Robert's Rules of Orders. And then when it comes to our Zoom meetings, maintaining proper etiquette. If you are not speaking or there's no open discussion, just remember that we're in, for the most part, we're all in our household. So if you can mute yourself, if you know you're not going to be speaking, and if you are, and there's any issue with you chiming in, you can always go ahead and also raise your hand via the Zoom app, and I'll go ahead and make sure that we get to you guys. With that, Roman, the floor is yours to start this Sports Hall of Fame meeting.
All right, I'm going to call to order the Sports Hall of Fame meeting for Thursday, June 25th. At 5:07 p.m. call to order. Mr. Secretary, roll call, please.
Hi, Jeremy.
I do not have the updated member. You said there was a new member?
Yes, and we'll get to that. His name is listed on his screen, so you can just for now add him there, and then we'll add him to the actual roster. Take roll call with.
Okay. All right. So Ryan Holland, secretary, taking roll call. Roman Garcia.
Present.
James Hamilton.
Present.
Karina Sid.
Present.
Helen Roldan.
Absent for the time being, but she might be chiming in midway through the meeting, but she is absent as of now for the record.
All right. And Jeremy, town liaison.
I am here, and I'll also go ahead and note that we have Andy Lopez in attendance, and we also have new member Marcos Gutierrez. For the record, please state that you're here.
Here.
And we are definitely proud to have you. We'll get into an introduction in a little bit. Back to you, Roman. You do have quorum, so the meeting.
Excellent. All right, first thing we're going to do is under old business on our agenda, we're going to go ahead and request approval for minutes from the previous meeting dated 4/13/2020. So we'll give you guys a couple minutes if you haven't had a chance to look over them, to look over the minutes. All right. If anybody have any clarifications or corrections for the minutes? Anybody have any clarifications or corrections for the minutes?
No, sir.
Okay, just need someone to make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes as read.
Okay, motion by Jim Hamilton. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ryan Holland. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
I approve also. Karina approves. All opposed? Any opposed? Seeing none, minutes are approved as submitted. Next item.
Roman, you there? We might be losing him there. And this next item is his.
For some reason, it keeps muting me. Interesting. Okay.
All right, I'll keep an eye on that. I'll keep an eye on that from here.
Thanks. Obviously, the next item is the follow-up to the council meeting. Obviously, on our meeting of 4/13, we went ahead and picked our recommendation for the class of 2020. I took that to council at the following council meeting. It was ratified unanimously by the council. Everybody was extremely happy with the picks that were made. And then we also took the council at that meeting was obviously requesting the postponement of the Hall of Fame ceremony this year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. That was also approved, as mentioned. We do need to go back to council and give them, I told them we would give them between 30 and 45 days notice before we were actually going to hold the ceremony. That way we had time as a committee to finalize anything we have to finalize, and obviously give them the courtesy that they're due to make sure that they have the availability on their calendar to attend the event. That was all approved on our last meeting, and then council went ahead and gave us their blessing. Jeremy, when was that? End of April?
That was, I'd have to double check. I want to say it was the end of April.
End of April council meeting.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as far as that concerned, obviously, while we're still under the pandemic, the town has yet to reopen per se for large gatherings. I think they're still holding gatherings at 10 people or less. So, you know, I know one of my items under new business is setting a date for the ceremony. I don't think we can get there yet after having conversations with our town liaison. But we'll get to that shortly. So that's all I had for old business. I guess we can make our way to new business. Under new business, our first item is the introduction of our new committee member, Marcos Gutierrez. So Marcos, I'll give you a floor so you can give us a brief introduction of yourself.
Hi, how are you? Marcos Gutierrez. I've lived in the town for a very long time, since 1987. You do the math. What's that, Jim? 97, 2007, over 30 years. I'm proud to serve on this committee. I've served on other committees. I like to serve in any capacity that I can. My son is becoming a firefighter. He was on this committee previous, and he's just, right now immersed in schooling. He already got his EMT and his fire. He's studying for paramedic now and probably will get hired soon. So I was given the honor of being asked to serve. I'm a big sports fan, big Miami Lakes fan, and, here to contribute any way I can.
Excellent. As chairman of the committee, I'd like to welcome you to our committee.
Thank you.
We welcome you with open arms, as we like having any members we can join us. I was very proud of Marcos when I heard he was going for firefighter. Marcos was a member for a couple years with us and then served as our secretary, I think, for 2 years. And I know you as his father, you've attended the events with us. You've attended the ceremony with him. So obviously, Marcos will always be a part of the family for the Sports Hall of Fame. And it's a pleasure to have you. I mean, I really don't think I need to give you an explanation about our committee because you're pretty well versed on it. Having Marcos, I'm sure he's told you a lot about us. And then I think Ryan might be the only member that you probably don't know from our last ceremony. Because I think the rest of the committee was there last year. Ryan joined us earlier this year as a member. So, and he's actually serving in the secretary role that Marcos left. So, but it's great to have you, Marcos. We appreciate it. We look forward to working with you. And stuff like and
yeah. Tell you a funny story. Last event when you guys inducted Chris Corciani, I played one year JV with Chris. So that was really kind of like, very melancholy. Seeing him. I went with him to HML, and that was really, really neat. Really neat being a member for such a long time and seeing him come back. I remember his dad. I remember him playing, and that was kind of really neat. You guys did a great job with that.
Yeah, Chris was very, very ecstatic about being inducted into the town's Hall of Fame last year. I know I remember having numerous conversations with him leading up to the event, and he was very happy to be part of it and stuff like that. So, all right. So, Marcos, again, welcome. Any other committee members want to say anything to Marcos?
No, I know that we have. I'm glad that Karina's on here. I know that her daughter's going to be she'll be inducted into the Hall of Fame in a few generations. She looks like one hell of a ball player, right? Holy cow.
I hope so. And you've lived here. If it was 1987, that's the year I was born, and I'm 33. So 33 years then.
Yep. I think only Jim beats me how long we've been living here, right, Jim?
Yeah, I came in like 1971, but since I watched you play with Coach Yanni, it makes me feel really young. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to the next item under new business. Possible update from town liaison on setting a date for the ceremony. Obviously, I kind of brought that up during old business, but I had a conversation with Jeremy this week, and obviously, as mentioned, the town right now is still not holding any events with more than 10 people. So I guess right now we're going to have to table this item. And, obviously with the numbers going up, it's not looking very promising to be able to hold it in the next 2 months anyway. So we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully we see a plateau and go from there. Anybody have any comments on that?
Yeah, and just wanted to give some clarification. So obviously we won't even be able to hold that until there's clearance from the county level of lifting that 10-person gathering. And even more so, once that's lifted, we would even take some precautions in making sure that we don't try to jump the gun too soon in staging that. Currently, like Chair Garcia said, in the town, we're not even holding meetings of 10 people or even 8 people at this time. So it might be a little too soon to start talking about a in-person ceremony date, but that's definitely something that as we progress through the stages of this and hopefully we do start to bring those numbers down. That's something that we can table for another date and definitely start getting ready to. And I foresee it having to potentially be a very, very hit the ground running type of event. As soon as we see this going to be lifted, we got to start spinning our wheels and getting everything in line, because this is going to be a year, Marcos, you jumped on at a great time, because this is a year where we've already gone through times where we got some lessons learned. We got some new ideas on how to make this a better event. So we definitely have some plans to have returning inductees attend. So there's going to be a lot more scheduling going on. So it's going to be a fun induction ceremony, and definitely with our class, I can't wait, and I'm sure the rest of our committee can't wait to have these guys brought in, and I say guys, but I also mean these gals that we've selected for this year, and making sure that they get the recognition they deserve. So we will continue to monitor as far as these meetings and when we can schedule for that. But unfortunately, as we would have liked at the beginning of this pandemic to think that we'd be out of the woods, we might just be getting in that third round right now in the ring. So just want
and I know on another front, like the Pro Football Hall of Fame actually suspended their induction ceremony totally this year, and this year's class got pushed to next year already. I'm hoping we wouldn't have to make a decision like that as far as we're concerned. Obviously, we're not the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We're not tied to a game. We're not tied to a date. So, I mean, I could hope that even if we have to have, we're able to have a ceremony at the beginning of December because we're clear that we'll be able to do it sometime this year.
And the other thing I just wanted to add to that was, as we get closer, let's say we get out of these summer months and we're pushing into the fall, it might behoove us to go ahead and look at setting almost like a threshold that if we get past a certain amount of months and there doesn't seem to be any chance of us holding it in person, we might want to weigh our options of if we even look into any potential virtual atmosphere of holding this, or if we just like the NFL Hall of Fame went ahead and postponed it, we might want to have basically set that date of when in our minds we need to really make a decision by. So that's something I leave to the committee, but just some 2 cents.
Okay. I mean, I definitely can say, and I guess this would be tied to my next item, which is new business. I can definitely say, being that we have to give the town council a 30 to 45 day buffer, I would say that if by October 31st, we can't schedule a date, that we would have to make a decision as a committee, whether just to postpone the ceremony completely to June of next year. I mean, again, I can bring that up to the committee for discussion to see how you guys feel about it, and then make a decision on how to move forward as a committee. I mean, having to give them 30 to 45 days, if we make a decision by Halloween, that's, the earliest we'd be able to have a ceremony would be mid-December at that point. So, again, that's something that we have to, banter about. Does anybody have, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Roman, I was going to interject because I was thinking, well, a Zoom presentation might be acceptable, but then I started thinking, no, it's too personal. The Hall of Fame is too personal, and you get somebody like Howard Snellenberger, that's just not going to be enough to do a Zoom. I think it really needs to be what you suggested. If we can't do it in person, then at some point, because everything else is in place, that we just postpone it until the next available date, which is what is already set in motion, is already up there. But it should definitely be an in-person presentation, I believe.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments or thoughts? Marcos, any thoughts on that?
I would agree with Jim. I think personal interaction and there's no substitute for that. My opinion is I'd rather postpone and do it in person if that's the choice. I agree with Jim.
Okay, Ryan, thoughts?
I'm same as Marcos and Jim. I've said it before to a number of parties, but this town is built around its neighborliness and closeness, how tight people are with each other. It would go against the feel of the town and really the intention of the committee, I think, to try to do something virtual. I mean, it's maybe a little bit different with high school graduations. I know we've had a couple of those, but this is something that's a little bit different. Should be handled a little more personal.
Okay. Karina?
Agree 100% with Ryan. I would love for it to, for us to be able to do it in person, even if the date is pushed back to December. I think, I guess it's a must to do it in person. It wouldn't feel the same just to do it on Zoom.
And I agree 1,000,000%. I mean, as much as Zoom can get us through things right now, it's just this type of event. It's you get to feel the plaque, you get to see the plaque up close, you get to see, as the inductee, you get to see yourself up on the wall with the other inductees. Okay, how do you guys feel about having to make a decision? Like I said, I think the latest we can make that decision would be October 31st. What do you guys feel about that?
I'm okay with that date. I don't see.
Just for clarification, that would mean that putting an October 31st timeline on it gives us earliest availability being December 15th. The only consideration would be knowing me and how I've had to plan athletics and large scale events. Once you get into that second, third, fourth week of December, you have individuals that are already, maybe not so much with COVID, but vacations would have been one of the things I would consider. But I just wanted to bring that up to make sure that we're also considering the times people would be taking vacations and or leaving town.
Yeah, I mean, again, not saying that we would have it in December. I mean, I'm just saying October 31st as, the 30 to 45 day threshold. I mean, again, I think we can even push this back as far as January without completely postponing. The only fear I have with the January ceremony, if we get to that point, is that technically we're ready. I mean, we would have to make a decision in October whether at that point to suspend, if we're not going to have a ceremony and push all the nominees back, is to suspend, people turning in nominations for next year. You know what I mean? So that's why that's why I'm thinking of October timeframe to make a final decision whether we postpone the event or whether we are going to have it and then still try to have a class next year, That's where I'm coming from. I don't know if you guys feel the same way.
Okay. And just for clarity, you might want to put it in as a motion. We'll get it second, and then we'll finalize discussion and voting if it comes to it.
Okay. Will anybody motion for an October 31st deadline for a decision to be made whether to postpone the event or to attempt to have it at some point before while still having nominations open for a class of 2021?
Gonna need a second.
Did we get a motion? I didn't hear it.
Well, no, the motion can come from you, Roman. That's not a.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right, just making sure. So I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Marcos. Any discussion on that?
Roman, repeat the motion just so I get the wording and the specificity down accurately.
Sure, Ryan. Basically, what I'm asking for in the motion is for the committee to, on October 31st, we're going to make a decision. Obviously, the meeting might be right after October 31st because obviously Halloween is, but the motion would be to make a decision in that time frame whether to either postpone this year's ceremony completely to next year, to next June, and basically not have a class next year. This would be next year's class, or to attempt to, if the COVID numbers have subsided, whether to have a ceremony, let's say January, obviously after the holidays, so that we can get the right turnout for people.
Thank you.
Okay, so any discussion on that? No further discussion. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I guess let's all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. So we'll make a decision as a committee in late October we'll make a decision whether to postpone the whole class to the class of 21 instead of the class of 20, and then not have nominations for next year, or whether we have a ceremony if the COVID has subsided a bit and we can get together, let's say in January, for a ceremony, and it would still be the class of 2020 even though we're inducting in January. And we would go forward with nominations for 2021. Any other committee member have any new business to bring up to the committee?
I just would like to add that we've, I guess, through the town of Miami Lakes, the Miami Laker, and the reporter David Snelling, evidently he's reached out to Howard Snellenberger, and I believe he's got some comments from Howard about his acceptance into the Hall of Fame. And I haven't heard the haven't heard from the reporter about the article, but just the fact that he has been in touch with Howard directly, and he's ready and prepared to put an article in the newspaper now, but he was kind of waiting to hear from us when our ceremony is going to be. Of course, that is unknown, but I just wanted to report that, which is kind of a positive report back from Coach Snellenberger.
That's excellent. And I know we did hear back from Coach, and he said, obviously, depending on when the ceremony is, he would make his best attempt to come down. If not, he would send representation. So we'll definitely have somebody representing Coach Snellenberger at the ceremony.
Good.
And then I know I personally spoke to Miriam Ochoa, who was elected this year. She was ecstatic. Obviously she had heard about it, at the town council meeting, because I got a hold of her, I want to say a couple days after the council meeting. So she was very pleased with the honor and felt honored to be being inducted. I found out in talking to her that obviously Alex Ochoa, who was in our first class, they're obviously related. So, Ochoa ×2 in the Miami Lakes Hall of Fame. So, all right. So, anybody else have any new business?
No, I would just like to say that there will be no substitute for Howard and his pipe. I mean, if there's any way we can get him live instead of a representative, I think that would be amazing. The history of what that guy turned around the University of Miami is unbelievable. I think Jim's very familiar with that, how he did that and got this program that was going to be discontinued.
Yeah,
they wanted to eliminate the University of Miami football program. And he went into the neighborhoods with his pipe. He'd leave his pipe, come back. And it's amazing what he did for University of Miami football. Previous to that Oklahoma game. Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, our goal is definitely to have Coach Snellenberger at our ceremony. We've been working. I know Jim's been working tirelessly with the Snellenberger family to get him as part of our classes. So it's great that and then I know the Uspensky family will have representation. Miriam will be there also, and then Roland Gomez. I know Jim, you spoke to him.
Yes. Yeah, he's thrilled, and all his family will be there. So he'll fill up 10 slots.
And take those who don't take up their 10 probably.
Right. He could do that. It should be good. Yeah, we need to do it soon because Howard's 86. So
no doubt.
He's the last remaining Miami Dolphin football coach, I understand.
From the perfect season.
Oh.
All right, so let's move on to our next item. This is from our town liaison, Jeremy Bagdown, an update from the town.
So I just wanted to inform you guys, I've been working with Jim a little bit on one item, and then another item that our communications department brought upon me, which I thought was a phenomenal idea. First of all, Jim's item that he actually brought to me maybe 2 themes ago, and getting these nominations to be a little more streamlined. So we did finalize the accessing our application form to be PDF fillable. So we can fill it out from our phones now. You can fill it out from the computer. I don't need a physical copy filled out and mailed anymore. This should help if there are any issues with anyone trying to access and actually submit an application. This is streamlined. We've updated it on the website. So if you go to our Sports Hall of Fame page on our town website, when you click the actual application, it itself is already ready to be filled out and sent directly back to me. So I just want to thank Jim for staying on top of that and not letting that fall between the cracks. And I was able to get someone from our communications that actually helped make that possible in creating that PDF. So thanks to Jim. And now when we spread the word, come our next, whenever that may be, our next nomination cycle, feel free to let any individuals know. You can do it from your phone. You can do it from your computer, your tablet. You don't need to submit anything. There's no handwriting needed. We can sell it as it's COVID friendly. It's completely contact friendly. So thank you once again to Jim for that. I just wanted to make sure we're all aware and we can voice that on to any of our potential nominators. The other item that I do have to bring up is something that came from outside of our department. Our communications team brought forth to me the idea of creating our Hall of Fame, but virtually. So creating a page where the landing page, the page would be basically our Hall of Fame, a representation of what our wall looks like in the clubhouse. So you can access the page and you'll see class of 2020, class of 2019, class of 2018, and then you'll have every inductee's photo there. I want to make it where if they click, it'll go to then a separate page of the inductee with their bio that we've added before. That way we can give some people who can't access or can't make it out to the clubhouse, we give them that virtual feel of the Hall of Fame. So any thoughts, any additions, anything you guys might think of that you have seen before or want us to consider while creating this page?
I think it's really good because I'm sorry. It's really a good move because 2 things. One is the picture, the question on pictures. You know, do you want a headshot? Do you want a suit and tie? Do you want a polo shirt? Now we can refer them to those, and then they can look and see all the Hall of Fame photos, and then they can decide which way they want their picture, presented. So that will be a good tool. As it would have been selling Coach Snellenberger on the fact that, hey, this is the real deal. Hold on 1 second. I'm babysitting, but it would be nice to be able to take them, through that process of where they'll be, enshrined and their pictures presented. So I think it's a great tool for us.
I also, and on that point, I actually think it's even, it would be even better suited for someone like a Chris Corciani who couldn't have family attend because, let's say, they were living in North Carolina. He can take them on a virtual tour and they can see his plaque and stuff like that. Obviously, we're hoping for future expansion in the next couple of years with players that might not live in the town anymore, or people that So it's actually just a benefit to us at the end of the day. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
I mean, Jeremy, and this is something we can consider. It doesn't have to be on the first wave of the page, the first incarnation of the page, but something to consider is possibly, through the committee, the town reaching out to the inductees that are still with us, and obviously maybe a audio, snapshot or comment from those inducted, like a reaction to their induction. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely that, and that's what I'm here for. Those are the type of things that I'm looking to add on to it. I mean, goal one is to get the page live and get it basically just updated with the basics, the photos, the classes, and making those I guess those reactionary pages once you click on their pictures and taking them to their bios. But definitely adding anything that's going to add more value to our Sports Hall of Fame. And this is also a tool for us, and I see it as a major asset to spread our word, like Jim said, whether it be selling potential new nominees on attending and really taking hold of this and wanting to participate, to also down the road media and or individuals, residents in the town, and understanding that, hey, we have a Hall of Fame. Hey, look, this is what our Hall of Fame consists of. Look at all the people we've already inducted. Look at our virtual website. If you're already at the parks on a weekend, take a stroll and checking in the clubhouse, check out the Hall of Fame itself. So this is definitely going to be a tool that's going to try to highlight what we're doing here as a committee and what as a town we've tried to institute.
And I think also another thing we can also use this for would be for sponsorship dollars. Obviously, New Wave would need to be sponsored, put somewhere on this page, since they're
Definitely.
a lifetime sponsor. But that's something that we can maybe incorporate in our tiers. What kind of sponsorship, not only on the program or whatever, but it's something we can add to the virtual Hall of Fame.
Definitely. I'll make sure I take note of, I have that. So if there's any, by all means, our meeting, that's just because we meet every so often doesn't mean you guys can't always reach out to me with any ideas, any concepts that I can consider while we're getting this done for you guys and creating this. But it's definitely something that I heard it when they brought me the idea, and I said, let's run with it. Let's definitely let's not even slow down with this. You have the idea. Let's build a page. We won't make it public yet. We'll start working and hashing out the X's and O's, and hopefully it's going to be up soon.
That sounds like a plan to me.
All right, that's what I had for you guys at this moment. But like always, I try never to stop. If there's something you guys can add to this, I'm here to make it happen.
Excellent.
We also have Andy that's over there who's going to make sure and hold me accountable too.
Yeah, sometimes.
All right, so obviously the next item under new business is our next meeting date. Obviously that's going to be hard to plan right now due to that we don't know the situation. As I would say, it will be no later than the first week of November, our next meeting, due to the fact that around that time we got to make our decision of what we're going to do. So I'll get with Jeremy probably in about a month or so to send out feelers to see that first week of November what we're looking like, so that we can get together. Obviously, if stuff starts cooling off, maybe we meet sooner. But that's why I said no later than I would think the first week of November, so that decisions can be made.
Do you think at this time we can go ahead and put a date on paper? Obviously dependent on if we see anything lining up and we see an opportunity to potentially make a decision on holding our ceremony, and then we'll obviously call for an emergency meeting at that point. But I think it might be best also for me, help me with our clerk and noticing our meetings, if we can select the date within that first week.
I would say November 5th, which is a Thursday. Obviously Tuesday that week won't work because it's a presidential election. So that's why I'm saying the 5th, which is Thursday. I mean, we can put it tentatively. Obviously, Karina won't know what her schedule is like for basketball and volleyball and stuff. And I'm sure, again, this is just a tentative date. Things can change. We can move forward. We can move back. But let's go, I guess, a tentative date, November 5th, if everybody's okay with that.
Sounds like a motion to me.
Would we need to adjust your motion then for the decision by 10:31, since we would not be meeting on or before 10:31?
I mean, we can adjust it and push it back to 11:05 if everybody's okay with that.
That's what I'm suggesting, yeah.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to amend the previous fallback date of 10:31 to 11:05.
Perfect. And then I'll second holding the next meeting on 11/5.
Okay, any discussion on 11.5? Seeing no discussion, all in favor of 11.5 as the next tentative meeting?
Aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Hearing none, seeing none, we have a tentative date for 11.5 where we will make a final decision on what we're going, we'll hold another meeting, and then hopefully the main point of that meeting will be to make a final decision of how we're going to move forward with the class of 2020. All right, so anything else from the committee? Okay. All right, so I'll make a motion to adjourn our meeting at 5:42.
I will need a second in order.
I second it.
Okay.
Second by Jim. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, meeting adjourned at 5:43 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending this meeting. We'll get together soon, and stay safe and stay healthy.
Stay safe. All right.
Thank you guys all. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, everybody.
Guys.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome, Marcos.
Thank you.
Welcome on board.
Yes.
Bye, Karina.
All right. I don't know if help desk and or Herman, if you were there. Help desk, Herman. All right, so we're set, Herman. What would you like me to do?
Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, Herman.
All right. So you guys finished?
Yep, all done.
Good, good. How did it go? How was it on the last couple of minutes?
It's all good. Everything went as smooth as we thought. We ironed out our dates, all depending on COVID, but all good.
Perfect. No, just leave the meeting. Because we have the next one, so we're not shutting down the session. So just leave.
Okay, so it doesn't matter that I'm co-host, right? That won't do anything?
No, I think the session just allows you as a co-host to lead, but not to end the meeting.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Herman, for everything.
No problem, my friend. See you tomorrow.
Have a good night. Take care.
Bye.
the spot you have it in.
I never put
But-
water in there.
But I like how you repurposed.
Herman, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Hey, at some point, I'm going to ask you to please let me share my screen.
That's perfect. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make you a co-host so you can share the screen at any time.
Okay, so make me, Melissa, and Kay, all three of us co-hosts. Can you do that, Manny?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, and if people call in, is anybody from the outside on the line now or no?
No, right now it's just all staff.
Okay, don't mention a single word
Are they live streaming?
about public comments. I'm trying to avoid public comments. So
Okay,
don't ask
where
that.
streaming,
What?
I think that we're ready at streaming.
Okay. Herman?
Yes, sir.
It says host disabled participant screen sharing. I was just going to test my screen sharing ability.
You should be now.
All right.
So you
Okay,
said
good.
Melissa, you?
And Kay,
Okay.
what do you see anything now?
Yeah, I see the budget.
Spreadsheet?
Yeah. Budget sunshine meeting, June 25th.
Okay, perfect. So stop share. Okay. Got it.
mayor at this moment.
All right, we'll hold off. I hope they all picked up that its start time was 6:30 instead of 7. But
I'm reading them now, and Ashley did that too.
thank you.
Of course.
Yes, Ashley sent us a text earlier today reminding, at least I received it.
Yes, they all received it. Hi, Vice Mayor.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. And to all the staff and everybody at Town Hall, thank you so much for reaching out to me during this time. I don't know what happened here. Oh, the host disabled my video. But I just wanted to let you know that that I'm doing fine. My wife is doing fine. The kids have tested negative, and we're just kind of in a holding pattern here, waiting for the date to. There we are, in a date to test. As you can see, Ed, I've been off for a couple days, and this is the first time I've ever grown in 32 years. This beard like this, very interesting. But I really, I can't tell you, Ed, how many of the town staff have reached out to me, either called me or sent me texts. It is truly appreciated.
Good. I hope that someday when I grow up to be able to grow a beard like that.
Yeah, well, I grew it at 18. I was shaving twice a day when I got hired in the fire department. So it's been a really nice experience not to have to shave every day. But we'll get by it. Again, guys, thank you to all the staff and all the folks in the town for reaching out.
Yeah, 6:30.
Ashley, Gina, any luck on any of the other council members or?
Yes, Mayor is trying to call now. Not heard from the other ones. Ashley?
Yes.
I think Diego,
Yes.
I just heard him.
Dieguez is running a little late, and Colazo, he said that he's going to be joining shortly.
Okay.
And we got confirmations from Vice Mayor as well as Councilman Rodriguez. And also a confirmation from Councilwoman Ruano.
Perfect. Thank you.
No problem.
Is the one on the telephone that connected there, who's that? Is that the mayor?
That's not the number.
Who's that?
I can identify. Give me a second.
Okay. Good evening, Councilmember Ruano. Councilmember Ruano, we have two members of the council that have dialed in so far, so we're just waiting for a few more to come on. I don't hear you. You don't seem to be muted, but I don't hear you. Did you connect with your audio?
I see Councilmember Dieguez is already with us. I see Vice Mayor Rodriguez, and I saw Councilwoman Ruano. Those are the ones that I see so far. I know Mayor's trying to log in.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Perfect.
I'm also on the call. This is Luis Colazo, but I'm going to be coming in through video shortly. I'm just getting to town hall now.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
So we have, we have
Are
four.
you number?
I couldn't hear what you just said, Herman. You came in choppy.
Yeah, this
What was it?
I just want to check that your number is the one that ends in 5199.
Correct. That's my number.
Okay, perfect. I see you. Got you.
Mayor
Herman,
has.
he'll be calling. Herman, he'll be dialing in from his computer in a few minutes as soon as he gets to the computer.
Got it.
Yes, and the mayor has informed me that we can start the meeting without him. He'll be joining in shortly, but he just texted me, please start without me. He doesn't want to delay any longer.
Okay. Do we have anything from any verbal confirmation from Councilmember Jeff Rodriguez or Carlos Alvarez?
Yes, Councilman Rodriguez, let's give him a few minutes. I don't know from Carlos Alvarez, but I know for sure.
Carlos Alvarez, I did not get a confirmation.
All right, let's make a phone call. Let's not rely on text. Let's call him and see if he'll pick up and see if we can see if he's going to be able to participate tonight.
Okay, I will do that, Mr. Manager.
Thank you so much. We'll wait on that, and we'll wait and see if Councilmember Jeff Rodriguez will be able to come in so we have more people to be able to participate.
I'm waiting. Yes, Councilman Rodriguez is joining now, Herman.
Okay, I am the loop.
You should be getting his call now.
Okay, he's just joined.
Herman.
Hello.
So sorry.
Yep. Good evening, Councilmember
hear you.
Rodriguez.
Hi, sir. How are you?
Good, good, good. So we have Councilmember Rodriguez, Councilmember Collazo, the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Dieguez, Councilmember Ruano. The mayor says he's going to be dialing in a little bit, and we're waiting for confirmation. Councilmember Alvarez we did not get a confirmation from him. So I think that if everybody's good to get started, we'll go ahead and get started. Any objection from the council?
No.
All right. Seeing and hearing none. As all of you know, first of all, I'm going to be sharing my screen here in a minute. It's the same documents that I sent you I gave you the advance sneak peek earlier this afternoon. It'll be me, Melissa, and Kay will all be chiming in from time to time. But I just wanted to, if you have the ability, if you're at a computer, if you have the ability to open up the one-page recap, I think that is the telling of the entire story. And then I sent you also the entire 25-page budget for the actual detail in case you want to get into the weeds and look at more. We could always do that if that's your preference. So as you know, June the 1st, the property appraiser sent us the preliminary estimate for our tax base. The increase in our tax base from last year to this year at this point is 4.76%. July the 1st, they are going to certify that tax base. So July the 1st will be the final numbers from the property appraiser. They give us the June 1 preliminary estimate so we can do exactly this. So we as the staff can prepare a proposed budget, present it to you, because in July, you're going to be tasked with setting the millage. The truth and millage law, the trim notice law, states that July the 1st, the property appraiser certifies the tax base, and then we as the town have 35 days to submit to the property appraiser a document that states last year's millage, this year's new proposed millage, the rollback rate, and the time date of any meetings that are going to be had for the budget hearings. So that has to be done no later than August the 4th. So what we're going to have before you in the July council meeting is a resolution for you to be able to set the millage. If you go to the one-page recap document, we can walk down the revenues and expenses. Melissa and Kay did a great job here putting this together. What you have before you is thankfully a balanced budget, different than the situation we found ourselves in last year. This year, we do have a balanced budget. And which they have put in the margin in the right-hand column are significant facts. Somebody's not muted. So they put in the right-hand column significant facts about the numbers that you see to the left of it. So if you look at this spreadsheet, if we walk it from left to right, the top portion are the revenues and the bottom portion are the expenditures. If you walk it from left to right, you have the 17-18 actuals, the 18-19 actuals, the adopted budget for last year, the budget as amended. We had budget amendment that modified the budget throughout the year. And then we have year-end projections based on forecasting models. Obviously, the year-end projection is never exact, but that's our forecast for the end of the year. In the green column, probably about just past halfway mark, you'll see the proposed budget for 2021.
Ed, if I may interject briefly, would you mind sharing your screen, because I don't have my iPad on me, and that's where you know the sheet that you're referring to is. So
I had intended to do that all along, and I messed up.
It's all
So
good.
do you see it now?
It's coming up now. Yep. Okay, now I can see it. Thank you.
All right. I apologize for that. I had intended, and I had already asked Edmond to give me the tutorial on how to do this, and I messed up. So no problem. So the purple column, the first purple column is the proposed budget versus last year's adopted budget. Then the second purple column deals with the percentage change.
And I'm sorry, I lost internet connection, so I lost the first part when you were starting, and I truly apologize.
Okay, I haven't really given any meat. I walked through.
Perfect, that's fine.
What I did, I just walked through the dates, the statutory dates, that the July 1 is the certification of the tax base.
I got that. The trim notices going up, right?
35 days for us to notice the property appraiser with the last year's millage, what we are proposing this year as the millage, the rollback rate, and then the date, time, and meeting place of the budget hearings. That has to be done no later than August the 4th. So what we're going to have before you at the July council meeting is a resolution for you to adopt a millage rate.
Okay.
And again, one thing I didn't mention, I'm glad that you came in late, because what I didn't mention a minute ago is the millage rate that you set in July, you could always modify it in September, but you cannot go up. You could always go, you can always go lower, but you cannot go up in that. So really what you're setting is the maximum millage rate, and that's what will go out in the trim notices to the resident.
Is the recommended millage rate in this sheet?
Yeah, if you look at the one-page recap, the top section are the revenues, the bottom section are the expenditures. So if we walk down, if you focus mostly on the purple columns, the two purple columns, that is what this year's proposed budget is from staff. The first line are the ad valorem taxes, and we propose leaving the millage rate at its current rate, which is 2.3127. So what that does at leaving the millage rate as is, it generates another $352,000 in ad valorem taxes. The second line is the restoration of the full year of FP&L franchise fee. Right, so that is a marginal difference of $818,000. The next item is the utility service tax. The next one is communication service tax. This is a tax that is one that it has nothing to do with COVID, but historically is one that has we have seen over the years that it's slowly but surely decreasing. And we believe obviously a lot of that has to do with so many people that are eliminating landlines, et cetera. So that is something that is slowly but surely, and that's why we wanted to be conservative. So we put in there what we project this year to finish at, which is $1.1 million. Okay. Let's see. All right, the next thing are the state revenue sharing. We're projecting $807,000 there. The alcohol beverage license of $20,000. The half-cent sales tax, 2.5, which is the same budget that we had for our current year. Obviously, we don't expect it to go up, but we don't expect it to go down. We believe that as of October, the economy will be back to normal. So the things that we are sales tax related, instead of increasing them, we just left them flat from this current year's budget. And permits and fees, non-building department, we have them at 388,000.
May I ask you a question, Manager?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Historically, what is it that we do with those sales tax revenue figures? Do we assume that they're going to go up, or do we normally leave them?
Normally we do. Yeah, if you look at, for instance, if you look at the actuals from 17-18 and then 18-19, you do see a systematic increase from year to year, and that's why we had budgeted for the current year that we're sitting in now, $2.518 million for that.
Well, and I'm just asking because I see in the amended budget for 1920 that it was at 2.5, and
Yes.
then the year-end projection is at 2.3. Is that so? We're
Obviously-
projecting again at 2.5, but we're ending the year at 2.3.
Yeah, because some of that is the minor effects of COVID-19, right? So we did have some sales tax revenues that were deficient. So we believe that. Remember that the year that we're budgeting for doesn't start until October, so we're still several months away from that, and we believe that in next fiscal year that the state sales tax revenue sharing will be comparable to what we had budgeted this year, and that's why we're doing that. We did not budget an increase.
We didn't budget an increase, but we're also not budgeting what we received this year. So technically, we're budgeting an increase from our actuals.
From our year-end projection.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. The
Mr. Manager.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Just to let you know that Mayor Sid is already connected. He just logged in.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here via phone. So, you guys, if you guys need me,
very good.
I'll be listening.
Good. The miscellaneous revenues that we have there, most of the decrease there that you see in red numbers, negative 75,362. We believe we're taking a conservative approach there because we believe that is a big portion of that is related to park rentals, the rentals of our facilities, because even if the parks are able by October 1st to reopen, we feel that it will be a little slow for people to want to be out in large numbers in our parks and renting our facilities. So hopefully we'll be surprised there, and that number will be more like what we have historically seen in revenues. If you see there, the actuals have been as high as 386 a couple years ago. We budgeted conservatively this year at 306, but due to the shutdown of the parks, our year-end projection is only 242. So we're taking a conservative approach in that area, because we believe that even if the economy opens back up and the parks open back up, people's habits, people's fears, people's paradigms will be slow in coming back to renting in a public space like a park. So we believe that it'll eventually come back, but I think that it'll be slow. So we're projecting that the first quarter or first half of the fiscal year, we're going to see slower than normal rental of our facilities. The next item down is inter-fund transfers. If you remember last year, due to the shortfall in the FP&L franchise fee, we had 2 one-time transfers that we used to balance last year's budget. We used a transfer from the capital fund of $420,000, and then we also had fund balance transfer of $431. We are not using those one-time transfers now due to the restoration of the FPNL franchise fee. So if you look at where it says total revenues in the purple column there, between the added revenue and the lost revenue, the elimination of the one-time revenues that were needed to balance last year's budget, we have a net increase of $43,748. Now moving.
Ed, just
go ahead.
Really quick. The 420,000 that you mentioned, that's from the MLOP savings fund, correct?
Correct. That's the comment that you see on the right-hand column. That was from the capital fund. It was from the MLOP capital fund. Remember that
it's a little cut off here on my screen, so that's probably why. So I apologize. Thank you.
Okay. No, let me see if by making it a little smaller it helps. Does that help?
Yes. Honestly, it's probably better that you zoom in a little bit more to what it was before. I can always see the comments later or just ask you. But yeah, it's a bit further away.
All right. You got this document in your email, so you already have this document in your email from earlier today. I sent it to all of you.
Correct. Like I said, it's on my iPad, so and I don't have it with me. Yeah.
Okay. Now the down under the expenditures, we have the first thing is the town mayor and council. It's a minor increase of $15,000. The town clerk, $61,840. The lion's share of that increase is due to the election costs. Obviously, we have an election this year. So at this point, not knowing what's going to happen, by the time we get to September, we'll know whether we need to have a runoff or not. So if we do not need a runoff, then there's going to be probably, I think, about a $40 to $50,000 savings on a runoff. So if we don't have any contested races of 3 people or 3 candidates or more, then we'll be able to make that adjustment for the September budget hearing version of this budget. So for now, we have to put it in there because we're trying to think ahead. So under administration, we have an $83,000 marginal increase. Some of that is FRS increase in the last legislative session. The legislature voted to increase the FRS rates starting now in July. We reinstated the lobbyist service. Last year, remember that we only budgeted half the year because the contract was expiring. And then later in the budget amendment, we increased it to be able to fund it for the second half of the year. In here, this is funding it for the entire 12 months. Under police and school crossing guards, we have a actual reduction of $155,000. And when I first saw this, I said, what? Nothing in police ever goes down. So the good thing is, the reason that this is happening is during last year, or during this current fiscal year, we had the implementation of a new collective bargaining agreement for police. That collective bargaining agreement had retroactive components. So they were retroactive for several months back, but yet it was paid in our current fiscal year. So obviously now we are in the middle of a collective bargaining agreement, so there won't be any large sum retroactive payments to the officers. So that's why we realized that lowering by a reduction by $155,000. The next thing is planning and zoning. We realized that gain, and what we did is the planning and zoning, we had 2 part-time planning and zoning officers. We had Jose Heredia and Fred. So what we did, Fred, as most of you know, those of you who know him, he retired a couple months back. So this is the savings. We are not going to fill that zoning officer spot for right now. We believe that the workload down in the building department for those kind of issues that Fred can handle with his hours. And right now we're going to go with only 1 zoning official that will handle that workload. If things change and construction starts to increase, we'll look at this in the future, but right now we're going to just continue with one zoning official or one zoning officer. The next thing is code compliance. There was one of our code compliance inspectors. Last year, we budgeted at a lower amount, and we probably made a mistake last year because his contract calls for full-time, basically 40 hours a week, and we budgeted as if he was going to be doing fewer hours. So now we have adjusted it back to what his contract calls for, and he handles the whole west side, and this is the right amount necessary for him. In addition, for the permanent code compliance officers, the ones that are employees, you have the FRS rate increase and fringe benefit increases. The next thing is Parks and Recreation, minor change there, lower by $3,800. Community outreach and engagement. We have two items that are significant in this line item. The first is a budgeted amount to handle the town 20th anniversary celebration. Even though we find ourselves in this COVID dilemma, we believe that at some point before the end of the year, we will be able to have some type of anniversary event celebrating the 20th anniversary of our town. So we're budgeting for that. The second item is a transition of one of our part-time employees to full-time. We have one of our employees, Brandon Diaz, who's been a part-timer. He's really taken our social media impact and the outreach that we have with our residents to another level. The amount of engagements that we have seen just since he's been here has been through the roof. And the workload there in that section between the social media, the management of our committees, it warrants this transition from part-time to full-time. And this is the 52,000 realizes the both things, the 20th anniversary celebration, as well as that transition of that employee from part-time to full-time. The other things are really minor amounts. They have the reduction of the legal reserves due to current year expenses. We reduced last year the legal reserve, and this is basically a wash. If you see the 143,800, it appears on in both the top and the bottom. So those wash out, and then we again have total expenditures, a net amount of 43,748, change from last year's not amended but adopted budget. And obviously at the bottom we have a balanced budget. We have a goose egg at the bottom line. So that is our presentation, and what we're available for any questions, and obviously if subject to any adjustments that you direct us, we'll be ready to present to you this budget and a resolution in July that maintains the same millage rate for next fiscal year.
Ed, I have a question.
Okay, whoever that was, go ahead first.
That was me.
Okay, go.
Ed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, going back to the revenue portion of the budget, on the two one-time revenue transfers, the one from MLOP and the one from reserve fund balance.
Yes.
Is there any expectation of reimbursing those amounts back into the MLOP fund and to the reserve balance fund? I'm more worried about the reserve balance fund, obviously. But I think, we borrowed from our savings because we were in a crunch last year. And I'd like to know if there's any plan to replenish that savings account.
100%
Well,
agree.
here's one thing that happened, and I apologize because I cut my presentation a little short, one line too short. If you go to the last line on the expenditure side, transfers out.
Yeah.
If you look at the right-hand
we put 150 in there.
Right, but we did not do it last year.
Right. So I think we should pay into our savings account the 150 plus try and reimburse ourselves slowly if we have to, but try and reimburse ourselves the money that we had to take out of that savings last year.
Well, what I could tell you, and I don't have a problem with that, what I can tell you is that there's a couple things that are they're not finalized yet, right? Like I explained at the beginning, the ad valorem taxes, we will get the certified number from the property appraiser on July the 1st. Historically, I think Kay and Melissa told me that it's only really happened once, that it's been opposite of this. Historically, when they give us the certified number, it's a little bit more than the estimate that we got June the 1st. So the first line on the revenue side, ad valorem taxes, the $7.7 million, that will be, well, our expectation is that will be slightly more come July the 1st. So there's a source of revenue there that we can earmark for a restoration, a systematic restoration of the fund balance that we had to.
Right, but that increase isn't going to be $850,000 worth, which is what we borrowed last year.
Well, I mean, we borrowed from the MLOP.
From ourselves. Yeah, when I say, you're right. When I say borrowed is probably the wrong term. We transferred from our savings account to our operating account. We transferred $851,000. And that increase in ad valorem taxes is not going to be that much, I would imagine.
Right. Now, and I think this was an idea that was floated in some of the sunshine meetings that we had last year, which was a temporary adjustment to the FP&L franchise fee for a period of time to help repay ourselves back. Now, obviously, you guys have.
Oh, it sounds like a great idea.
Huh?
No, nothing.
You guys have adopted a measure that says that everything over the 3% goes towards infrastructure, but it's a measure that you guys adopted. So, if on a temporary basis you want to adopt a temporary measure, which is an increase in the franchise fee to be able to repay our savings account. That's an action that obviously is always in order for you guys to take.
Well, hold on, wait, go back. I was under the impression that what we had adopted was anything over the 1.2,
correct?
Which we didn't reach the 1.2, and we're not going to reach the 1.2 unless the franchise fee goes up. 1.25. We had agreed that it was that whenever the franchise fee is above 1.25, that anything above that 1.25 is used for infrastructure. But based on the budget, right? We have a 1.2 franchise fee, right? So we're not going to go above that 1.2 number because we kept the 3% franchise fee. So this year, and probably not next year, because electricity is probably getting more efficient and not less efficient. I don't see us, without an increase in the franchise fee, I don't see us ever getting to that 1.25. Therefore, I don't see us ever being able to pay back the $800,000 that we paid ourselves. And I don't see us being able to take that excess of the 1.25 and using it towards the infrastructure in the town.
Well, definitely not without a change in the percentage.
Got it.
Now you could still within the confines of the resolution that was passed, talking about the extra money being directed to infrastructure, there still is some capacity there, right? Because our budget for next year is 1.208. And I'll have to take another look at the resolution, but if we tweak the FPNL franchise fee, in other words, 3 point something, that can increase the proposed budget to 1.25, then we may have $42,000 of capacity that we can redirect to the repayment of the reserve. Now, that is, again, I go back to the resolution that you passed is a council resolution. It's not a state mandate. It's not a law. It's not anything that. So if you wanted to implement a 1 year or a 2 year exemption and increase it to whatever to be able to direct a greater portion of FPNL franchise fee to pay back the reserve fund, the fund balance quicker, I suspect that you could do that.
I just want to jump in though to correct the record on a few things though really quickly with respect to the restrictive ordinance. The restrictive ordinance says yes that anything above 1.275 cannot be used for operations. It has to go into a separate line item for infrastructure. Now I guess yeah that could be one way, at least for purposes of the MLOP savings account, of being able to transfer money into that account, right? Since that would be infrastructure. But obviously it doesn't, that wouldn't get us the 431 for the fund balance, in terms of reimbursing that, because that would not be infrastructure. But between that and the other question that I had for you, Ed, is that the restrictive ordinance also, because again, it was an ordinance, not just a resolution, but the ordinance provided as well that future infrastructure funding must go no lower than the 1920 levels.
Yes.
This budget maintains that?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure, and obviously I'll have a chance to sit down and see more of it later, but I also had some questions, which is the savings on the debt on town hall, if I'm not mistaken, were going to be something pretty significant. It was like 293,000, no?
The payment, I mean, we are now paying principal. I'd have to do that analysis, and maybe Melissa or Kay, if you have that information, jump in. Obviously this coming fiscal year, we have a full year of paying principal and interest. Last year, we did not have a full year, or in our current fiscal year, I think it was not a full year of the principal yet.
Mm-hmm. Hold on one second. I may have it.
Ed, what he's looking that up, Ed, the 4.76% increase from the trim from the property appraisal. Are you saying that that reflects a $352,000 increase in tax revenue coming into the town, leaving the millage rate the same way?
Yes.
Okay.
So that was my point. So
one more second.
27 and the 197,413. I'm just thinking here out loud. I mean, I thought we would have had a bit more room in the budget to pay back some more money into the accounts. Although I am happy that the sinking fund was funded.
Yeah, if you see, it's almost an offset, right? If you look at the franchise fee, the marginal difference or the marginal increase is $818,000. That's almost exactly the amount. It's in the ballpark of the two one-time transfers. And you see the 420, so that's 850, 818. We're in the ballpark, so that's almost a wash. So in fact, a full year of FPNL franchise fee does not cover the full nut for the two one-time transfers.
Got it.
So that's why, even with the added increase in ad valorem and everything else, it's not enough.
Got it. Thank you.
And one more question, Ed. Did they give you a proposed an increase in value, a value increase in Miami Lakes? Did they give you that number?
Yeah, I mean, they gave me
I know it's not significant, but it's just good to know what the asset value is.
the estimate as of June 1, and remember, I'll say it again, the June 1 estimate of our value of our tax base is not the final one. It's an estimate. It's July 1, they certify. So there's got a lot of zeros. So it's $3.526 billion with a B.
Okay.
And that amount increased by 4.76%. If you look at the spreadsheet that we've been going over, the increase in dollars in taxes is only 4.73%, and that's because we budget at 95% instead of budgeting the whole amount, right? So the amount of the increase we only budget 95% of that to be conservative.
Ed, how many households do we have in Miami Lakes?
I don't know. I'd have to find out.
But when you do, please let me know. Thank you.
Ed, one more thing.
Melissa, please make a note of that. That's information. Whatever comments or questions or feedback that we need, follow-up stuff. Please get that. I know you're out there listening. Please do that for me.
Melissa's out there somewhere listening.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know. Ed, here's a question for you, and I know that we, I believe at the last council meeting or the one before that, we had put out something, or I think might be the mayor had put out an item asking for a educational program on how to educate our residents on the how to use the what would I call this? How to calculate their taxes going only to the town of Miami Lakes, right? Is there any way that our IT or Herman and his crew or our communications department can put something together where a resident can go in, type in their address, right, and bring up just easy without having to go through the Dade County portal and all that stuff, and going through their folio, and something easy where we can attach it to our website and say, hey, here's your trim notice, or here's an easy way for you to see what you're actually paying to the town of Miami Lakes in your ad valorem tax. That way people can recognize what that 2.317% is. Reflects a couple $100 for most homeowners. And I think it's important because when people talk about increase in taxes and increase in their yearly taxes, I think they need to look at the big picture of what the town is doing at these low numbers and the service that we're providing. And I think that's an important way to do it. And if somebody in your staff can come up with something easy and some type of quick link that people can put in their address and find that information out, I think that would be immensely beneficial to our residents.
Yeah, there were two measures that we're responding to. One was, like you said, by the mayor. It was a few months back, and we have been working on that. That one is a little more complicated, not complicated, but a little more in depth, and requires more work on our end, because it will be on our webpage somewhere where somebody can do what you said, that they can go on there, put in their address, and they can see how the breakdown, because you're right, when people get their tax bill and they see this thousands of dollars in taxes, many of them have the misconception that it's the town. That's all they know. They know that it's the town of Miami Lakes. So the mayor asked for us to be able to prepare something where they can plug in their address, and they'll be able to get the listing and the breakdown of where their taxes are actually going. And that is a project that our IT staff is working on, and we hope to bring that back soon. The second measure was a simpler measure, an easier one to implement, and that one we're already moving forward. And that one was by Councilmember Dieguez a meeting or two ago. And what he asked for was, in our budget presentation, that you're going to see in September, and our residents will see in September, is a graphic. And the suggestion he had is that one we're probably going to use, which is a dollar bill, right? And the dollar bill, the graphic is going to look like a dollar bill. It's going to be split up into sections, and the sides are going to be proportional to the breakdown. And you're going to be able to see how only this little sliver of your taxes actually go to the town, and then all these bigger slivers go to the school board, the county, et cetera, and other entities. So
that was the one, and I apologize, Josh. That was your idea, and that's that was the presentation that I was talking about of the dollar split up. I just couldn't bring it to mind of exactly how it was proposed, but that's an excellent proposal, so people can see the value of their dollar and where that dollar amount goes to in reference to the town budget from their ad valorem tax. That's, if we can combine those two, that would be perfect, because then people can see real numbers and see what they're proposing. So thank you, Josh, and I apologize. It was Josh that came up with that idea.
It's all good.
It'll be a good combination, because it'll be the one-time snapshot at budget time during the presentation. They'll see the graphic and they'll see that, and then they'll have the capacity to plug in permanently any day of the year that they want to. They can put in their address in the thing that we're developing, and they'll be able to get a similar breakdown, and they'll be able to see how the split of their taxes are specific to their address, because sometimes the numbers work differently based on different exemptions and so forth. So certain things work differently. Some of our exemptions do not apply to everything that we pay taxes, to every entity, or so they'll be able to do both. And we'll have the one in our budget presentation, and we'll also do the one for that'll be more ongoing, more permanent. All right. Any other questions or direction? And just to follow up and finish up the request that Council Member Jeff Rodriguez had. In addition to the ad valorem not being finalized, right, because we're going to get the certified valuation the 1st of July, there's also a couple of estimates that we're waiting for. Those are estimates that are provided to us by the state, and we're waiting. So there, in some of the revenue side, there's going to be a couple tweaks here and there. We believe that this is representative of what the end product is going to look like on the revenue side, but there are going to be a couple of little adjustments on some revenues that we get from the state of Florida and the county, and they're going to provide us those estimates here by the time we meet again for our next Sunshine meeting. So there'll be some minor adjustments, and what I get the direction. Any future adjustments will look to be able to direct some amount towards replenishing fund balance.
Yeah, and well, the fund balance too, again, this budget accounts for the gradual increase to the 20% that we passed, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we'll look at the numbers, but remember that the
unassigned versus unassigned fund balance, and we took from the unassigned.
Right, and remember that the previous level of mandate was 15%, that we had to have no less than 15%. Already, last year's budget, even with all of the austerity measures and everything else, last year's budget, we were already at 18.4%. So we're not going to wait and kind of wait, because you gave us, I think it was 3 years or 4 years. I'd have to look at the measure that you had. So I'm not going to wait till the final year to get there. So I'm going to continue to, and if I can do it at 0.5% a year instead of 1.5% a year, that's a good thing. That makes makes it easier to accomplish. So we will take the steps necessary to be able to add some back to get closer to that 20% benchmark that you set for.
Excellent. And just last comment. I personally am okay with the $150,000 for the sinking fund. I think the idea behind it is that helps to kind of reduce our expenses moving forward. So I'd like to keep that there myself. Although I would like to see other ways that we can, again, like Councilman Rodriguez said, how we can pay ourselves back, because again, that was that's money that we were saving again for the park improvements at Optimist. I think we've all gotten to a point where we agree that something should be done there And speaking for myself, I'd rather, use as little debt as possible to achieve that. And, but that's a different conversation. But, just the sinking fund, I'd like to keep it myself.
Okay, yeah, we knew that was a priority for the entire council. So that's why we plugged that one back in early on. And we felt that the direction or the comments I've heard back from different members of the council was that was number one priority before any restoration of fund balance. So that's why we focused on making sure that we put that one back in.
Great, thank you.
All right. I'm gonna unshare the screen so we can all look at each other again. All right. Anybody have any other questions or comments?
I think we're good.
Okay. Then if not, then you'll see something very, very similar to this, because we're going to have this as an attachment to the item that you'll see in July for the setting of the millage. The only reason that something will actually, there will be a few minor tweaks, because by the time you see it in July, we'll know the certified tax base, and we expect that we'll see some of the more certain estimates from the state and the county. So some of the revenue streams may be adjusted by the time you see it again at the July council meeting. All right. And obviously,
sounds good.
We don't have to be in a sunshine meeting for questions. Any one of you, I know that the detailed budget is 25 pages long. So if you have questions that come up, I'm more than happy to answer them one-on-one. I can answer them. We can have a Zoom meeting with any one of you individually, together with our budget staff, to answer any questions. So just let me know. I'd be more than happy to address that with you between now and the July council meeting one-on-one.
The last thing I'll say, I just want to thank our budget staff, for their time and their effort to put this together, and looking forward to another year of working with you guys to, get a good budget in place that accomplishes all our goals. So thank you guys.
And we had a
Sounds
1 hour sunshine meeting, and we're not out of here at 1 a.m. Different times.
Efficiency. It's all about efficiency.
Yeah, we're getting better at this.
I think the foundation was built last budget year, and
agreed.
The council that spent all that time. I wasn't there, but I got to give credit to those that put in all that time, set the foundation to make it easier for the next few years, and set the pattern of where we want to go.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And we'll see you in July.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.